I,
Now the stream is live, it says.
I think we're on live now.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
All right.
Anyway, we're on live now.
Okay, good.
Let me see what in the comments here. Did somebody say, Larry, you really could be an excellent guest speaker? Oh, that's it. Go, good evening. No, nobody says nobody said it. So we're on live now. We're okay. It's only 3 minutes in, so we didn't screw up too bad.
Not too bad.
So
it's good that you were able to get off and sign back on and leave us here without all of us having to do it too.
Yeah. So
you're getting good, Larry. You're getting good.
Good, man.
If that ever happened, I'm getting really good at this.
Really?
Yeah, I know. It's a miracle.
Now I know what to do.
Yeah. Just when you freeze up again, just press the defrost button.
I know what to do. Yeah. What's that now? Am I hearing? Oh, I thought I heard. Let me just say real quick before we start. A couple of guys have been on real early. Let me say hello to Sundance. Hit the like button. Sundance, I hope you're all right. You haven't been around.
She was here last week.
Tommy Sticks. Good evening, Tommy. Good evening, Larry. I need to show you how to make Sundance a monitor. Maybe tomorrow. Have a great show. Tommy, I haven't been tuning into your show. I've been working on a major project, and I'm up all night. I go to sleep maybe about 4 o'clock in the morning, and I just sleep late. By the time I get up, I'm not. Your show is over, but it's a major thing, and I just made some good headway into it in the last couple of days. So I had to put together a major thing, and I write it down, and I spend half my days in Staples.
Yeah.
And, so anyway, that's why I haven't been there. So
hang on, guys. I gotta leave.
Go ahead.
What happened?
His dad called
me. I gotta leave for a second.
Okay, go ahead, Joe. Okay, let me just say hello to everybody. Hello, Steve. Sundance again. Howard Lieberman. Hello, gang. Hi. Hope you're okay, Howard. Okay. All right. Let's go back. We got. Okay. All right. Well, I screwed up in the beginning, but now I guess everything is set all right because everything on this right side screwed up too. So when Joe comes back, he sent me this. Standardbred owners, they signed a contract, so he's going to explain that. Anthony, you're going to get back to
back on.
You're going to get back to him and get back on. And as soon as Joe, let's see what is everything all right, Joe?
Yeah, my phone needed something. He didn't realize I was on already. All right, sorry people for the interruption.
No. Okay. All right, Joe. What does this mean? You sent this to me. What does this mean?
It means that Yonkers renewed a 3-year contract with MGM, so we got at least 3 more years of racing left.
Oh, good. Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
that's good.
Hey, is that barn area still open?
Yes.
I'm surprised it's still standing.
Yeah.
You're
not kidding.
The lower barns are just open. The upper barns were closed by what is it called, OSHA?
Yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah. So,
Joe,
bad shape when I raced there, man.
Joe, who had that? I think the best barn at Yonkers. Like if you and over the top came all the way around and as you came out that corner of the whole big parking lot, that person was there. Do you remember who that was?
Where at exactly, Ron? When you upper or lower?
Let's say you're in at the upper, and then you drive down the road. Going the opposite way of the track. You made the swing around in the big open area there. That guy had the whole barn and the whole big area.
Oh, you're talking about G and H all the way at the end? where you could go on the backtrack up the little hill?
I was going to say, is it by the
This was on the
backtrack?
bottom. This is all the way on the bottom.
Yeah, so it had to
But-
be G&H, because you had an entrance to the backtrack from there.
Really, but they had the best barn there because it was, the lower level. The barns were good. Well, you could come in the track and make a left, and then go all the way around to the left, and they'd be the last barn on the left.
Yeah,
That guy stayed there forever.
yeah, he was there. Uncle Louie was there, and John Grasso, and
Yeah.
yeah.
I know when I was there, the first barn, as soon as you come off the main track, right by the horseman's parking, if you come in that gate there, the first barn on the left on the upper was Stanley Dancer.
Right.
Yeah.
And Frank Popfinger was there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember that big barn on the top where you had to open up the doors? It was the shed row was huge, and then you would go into another section. They had sliding doors to seal it off.
Yeah, that was
Joe's freezing.
Yeah, he's freezing up.
I'm freezing.
Yeah.
Press
a
the
little bit.
defrost button, Larry. Press defrost. Am I frozen?
No,
No,
you're
You're
all
right.
right now.
No.
All right.
You froze twice already, but you're all right now.
Yeah, it's all right.
All right.
Before we go on, let me show you the picture of my friend. I don't know if you remember Bobby Ches, the fighter.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Is
Yeah.
that a recent picture?
That's he was on my podcast about
I
6
know,
months.
but he was messed up when you was on last time.
Yeah,
Is he
That-
better?
that was
Doing better?
that was him when he was on the picture. Right after that, I had the problem with the cancer.
Right.
And I made him go to the doctor because he had something in his nose,
Right. I remember that.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
and that's what happened to him. He had
Oh,
a
my
big
God.
he had a big tumor in his nose, and the roots went all the way up into his head,
Unbelievable.
God.
and that's what
Oh, man. Whew.
How's he now?
Wow.
he's
Poor
he's
guy.
he's okay. He's
Yeah.
we had a couple of benefits for him, and he was the poor guy. I'll tell you, if he has an unbelievable story. This guy has an unbelievable story. He survived 100-mile-an-hour car crashes. He survived plane crashes. He survived. He's really probably, except for his legs, he got real thick legs, but he's basically a middleweight. He fought all the way up to the heavyweight and was knocking people out. And but he really wasn't a heavyweight. But he's one of them guys that, what do you call them guys that real Meltzer, real smart guys? It's like there's only 1,500 in the world or something. He's got like 180 IQ, very, very, very smart. And he was really a good sportcaster, But when he was doing the fights, when he was one of the guys that were calling the fights, they told him not to be so correct in everything, but he wouldn't do that. So they and they were going to hire him as the spokesperson and the referee and the guy that was going to call all the bare knuckle fights in California. They started that, and that's supposed to be real big. And then this happened to him. I know he moved closer to where I am, and they had another benefit for him, which I wasn't able to go to. But he seems to think he's okay. I gave him all the information about the ivermectin and everything. So, but he's a tough guy.
You gotta be.
He's a tough kid.
Poor guy.
He was in line to fight Hagler.
Poor guy.
But he really wasn't that weight. I mean,
No, I know.
he just got heavy because he wanted to fight for the big money, and but geez, he was tough kid. Then he used to tell me
He
stories.
beat Andrew Maynard, who was undefeated in 7 rounds.
He told me stories. He told me one story, and it's true because when I forget who the hell it was. Who was the fighter that you just mentioned, Anthony, that he fought?
Marvin Hagler.
Marvin Hagler.
Oh,
No,
but he beat Maynard, Andrew Maynard, in like 7 rounds, and Maynard was undefeated at the time.
No, one of the heavyweight guys.
Marvin Hagler. Well, Marvin Hagler wasn't
No,
a
the heavyweights.
um,
That real tough guy. He was like 200 pounds. He was a small heavyweight, but he was a heavyweight. Oh God, he's famous. He fought Mike Tyson. He fought them all. Oh God.
not one of the no, it can't be one of the Spinks.
Oh, right after that, during that whole period of time. Anyway, it was that guy. Holyfield, yeah. I think it was Holyfield.
I got a picture of Holyfield. He came to my my ice cream stand.
I think it's Holyfield. He accused him of putting something on his gloves and blinding him. And
I think that was Holyfield, yeah.
Yeah. And they proved that it was true. And he wound up losing a fight because he couldn't see. But they should do a story about him. He told me, he sat here, he stayed at my house. And all day he was telling me stories, unbelievable stories. And from the time, very much like my father, when I was born, I was the first Italian boy born. And my father, like in the Italian culture, I guess that's like, that's like a gift.
The favorite
son. He took me, when I got my license as a trainer, even my stock car races, he used to come in all my stock car races. He'd come drive all the way out to West Hampton. He had a 1950 Dodge, and he would drive all the way out to West Hampton to watch me race in quarter mile, drags racing. and with the horses, no matter what track I was at, when I got thrown out of Yonkers, no matter where I was, Green Mountain or anything, I would look at the rail, and there he would be, and he would just stand, he wouldn't say a word. He just like he was in awe of me. And like I told you once, somebody sent me that picture of the news, the Daily News, when I was up in the air, and somebody sent me the picture of the Daily Mirror when I hit the ground going into the first turn because of an accident. And he was the one that I was unconscious on the ground, and this was going into the first turn. And when I woke up, he was handing me over the fence to somebody. He went out on the track with the horses coming down the stretch and picked me up and took me there. And he was like always with me. That's exactly how Bobby Ches's father was. And one day Bobby Ches and his father had an argument at the bottom of the steps in his house, and they were arguing back and forth. And Bobby Ches said to his father, "Well, if that's the way you feel, I'm not going to recognize you as my father." And Bobby walked up the steps, and he heard a shot, and his father killed himself.
Oh,
He committed suicide. He killed himself.
Wow.
And he had a tough time getting through that. And there was after his. Do you know that he was a bagger at Stop and Shop? He was actually bagging people's groceries. One of a three-time world champion, 3 different weight classes. Tough kid. Overcome everything. Is going to overcome this, and he had to live through that, and then. And he's an unbelievable guy. He sat there all afternoon and told me stories and stories and stories. And then he says, "Come on, I thought we were going to do your podcast." I says, "Bobby," I says, "I have a book out there. Everybody thinks this book is What a Life Larry lived." And I have to tell you, if you wrote a book about your life, nobody'd even pick up my book. It's an unbelievable story, his story. But if because he's in the shape he's in now, it's just sad. And they already did Jake LaMotta's story, so I guess, and all the Rocky stories. So I guess nobody's interested in doing them kind of things. But this is what he looks like now, and they took out a lot of a big gigantic tumor. It was right in his nose, in that cavity there. and the roots go. That's what I mean about these cancerous tumors. If you don't, if you have like a lump or something, you better take care of it because the roots grow. I have the thing on my head, and for years I never, and then finally it got to the point where it's hurt. So I went to the guy who does that, dermatologist, and he says we got to get this thing out. And he took it out, and he says, you come in here just in time. Now, I don't know if this is true or not, but this is what he told me. I says, what if I wouldn't have come in here? He says, that root would have went right into your brain. Now, I don't know if it's true or not.
It is true.
Yeah,
Of course
sure.
it's true.
Yeah.
But Jesus Christ, when, you hear this stuff, you gotta get, I mean, everything is scary out there now. I just heard, I don't listen to politics too much because I really don't want to get involved. And even though I have an opinion, I keep it to myself. But when I hear that, and I have 3 friends that have kids that have autism. One is really bad, where the kid now is like 15 years old and he's beating up the mother. They had to finally put him in a home. He was a bad kid, and some not too bad, and some. But when I hear these numbers like that one 30 years ago, 1 out of 300,000 had Alzheimer's, and now 1 out of 12 gets Alzheimer's. I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy numbers.
They say it's due to Tylenol during the pregnancy.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. And now it's like really scary that all the stuff that you eat and everything else, and I'll tell you, I'm learning a little bit about it now, because there was a time when I first got out of the hospital when I was on I was on a bunch of pills they gave me. I was on like 13, 14 pills a day, and it was confusing me. I had to buy one of them big trays that say Monday afternoon, what time, and everything else. And then finally, I was so screwed up, tired. Something always was wrong. And I start looking up all of these medicines I was taking, and every single one had serious side effects, and they were putting them all together. And then I stopped taking everything. It's only now that in the last week that I started taking my blood pressure medicine again, and my cholesterol medicine again, and my ivermectin. That's it. I threw all the rest of them in the garbage pail. Everything. I must have threw 15, 20 things in the garbage pail. I'm not taking them no more. Because because in fact, I think I told you this, Joe, when I was taking the ivermectin and everything, when I was really sick, when I first got all of this, and I just, you just don't feel right. You don't feel yourself. You're just sick from not only from the operation, but everything you're going through, and you just feel sick, and you're on a lot of different medications for a lot of different reasons. You're taking shots so you don't get blood clots. You're getting shots for everything. So when I was taking the ivermectin, I was in bed. I was tired. You get up, you do your therapy, you do whatever you have to do, and little by little you move more and more. You can't lift any weight. You can't do anything. So you always feel shitty, but you just figure, well, it'll get better. Well, now that when I stopped taking a lot of them, I start feeling a lot better. But then when it leveled off at a certain point, I says, you know what? Why do I need all of these? Why do I need 3 parasite killing drugs? And each one you have to take with a lot of food, one you have to take with oily meal, and one is ivermectin. Why do I have to take that? Why do I feel terrible? So I stopped taking everything, and except right now, I feel like I just fought Mike Tyson 4 rounds. Only because of the ivermectin, but because I didn't feel it before, only because I wasn't up to par, But now I stopped the ivermectin for 3 days about 3 weeks ago, and I felt terrific. I felt like I was 20 years old again. So now I know I'm taking it. I'm going to try to last till I take my next blood test at the end of October, and see what happens. But every one of these, when I listened to the news and I heard about all these drugs and what they have and what they do, and it's scary. It's scary stuff. scary stuff. People should pay attention.
We don't eat like in the 50s, the way people ate in the 50s compared to the way they eat today.
It's all processed
all
foods now.
processed
It's
food, all the
terrible.
crap that we eat today, or most people eat today,
Well,
it's ridiculous. No wonder why so many people are coming
well,
down.
I know a lot of people in my position where I grew up. My mother would make a pot of lentils on Monday, and we would have that until Thursday, and that's what we eat, a pot of lentils. And then
Very healthy.
then on
Yeah,
Friday,
my mother cooked every night.
back then you couldn't eat meat on Friday, so we would have fish or something else on Friday, and then Saturday the macaroni with the whole big, the whole.
Our macaroni was Sunday, and my father would not eat anything but macaroni on Sunday. Don't even approach him with a piece of meat or unless it was gravy meat.
You know what I don't understand? I don't understand this, and I started talking to somebody just today about I was in a restaurant. I had a meeting today at lunch, and I was in the restaurant, and this woman comes in, and she has like a 6-year-old kid, 7-year-old kid, and the kid's running around knocking up. People are eating it, knocking everything down, and just causing. And the mother was one of these mothers that. And look, I'm not making fun of mothers. I'm not. Look, I'm from very old generation, so don't take nothing that I say. Don't hate me. I was just raised a different way, and I can't help it. But
Don't worry about it.
When my mother took me to a restaurant, I was sitting in that seat that she put me in until we were done. Well, this kid knocked over every chair, bumped in the tables, knocking all the drinks over and everything else. And all the mother kept saying was, sweetheart, please stop that. Please stop that. You're discerning anything else. Where anyway. So now I'm talking to the kid. I'm talking to the guy, and I says, I don't understand. When I remember when I was old enough to go to school, my mother would walk me to school because it was only 3 blocks away, and she would say, "Okay, when you get to the corner, now you stop and you look both ways, and then you cross." What do they do today? Today, the parents probably say, "Don't worry about it. When you just keep walking because the cars have to stop for you."
Yeah. Yeah.
So they just look at their phone and they come, because that's what they do to me when I drive. Only I bounce them off the fenders. I don't give a fuck. I mean, if the kid looks at me, if the kid don't look at me, I give him a pass. But if the kid looks at me and he sees me, and he's on the curb, but he keeps walking because he sees me coming, and he's looking at his phone, he's getting bounced off the fender, and that's it. And that's what I do. I can't stand these kids that they like everything is. And that's the truth. I had this crossing guard come to my door the other day.
Pedestrians don't have the right of way.
You're lucky that I know you, because I would have reported you. You hit that child. I hit that little brat. Why don't he stop at the corner? Anyway.
Well, if I would have acted like that kid in a restaurant, after the restaurant, I would have been in the dentist's office.
Boy.
I would have been on the floor in the restaurant.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
All right. Before we get into any stuff, because I put up some stuff because I thought I was going to be alone the other day, so I put up some stuff. So I might as well say this because I mentioned it to my friend, and I think I told this story once before. And in fact, I know I did, but I don't remember. It might have been a year ago, and half the people probably never heard of it, but I'm going to mention it. And it happened when, and I mentioned this twice on the show, when everybody says, well, being that you're so great, why they put this in the comments, being you're so great, how come you only won 1,000 races or whatever it was in your lifetime? And my answer always is, I won the races I had to win. And that was the lane I was in. The races I had to win, I won. And what does that mean? And I gave this example. Here's one of the examples I gave. And they were 5 years of these examples, but I just give this one. And I wish Eddie was on, because I put this up because of Eddie, but I don't know where he is. So anyway, here's a winner's circle picture. Now I'm going to enlarge this. So you can see. Can you see it better now?
It didn't enlarge.
It didn't enlarge?
No.
No.
Okay, so I might as well take it down. Okay,
Well,
so anyway, there's Eddie on the end. Next to Eddie, Eddie's the one with the beard. Next to Eddie is me. I was the driver. That's the horse Colonial Bird. That's Ralph Gigante.
Yeah, right. I remember that horse. Yeah.
That used to work for me. And that's another friend of mine, Bernie. Okay. Now, the story with this race here, and that's the horse right there. I won this particular race. Okay. Now, let me tell you what when I mentioned this happened in 1974. You can't see it because the writing is right there, and you can't see it because it's in right. But let me tell you what I meant by when I won the races I had to win. And trust me, when you're in this situation, the races that I had to win were more stressful to the average person than trying to win the Kentucky Derby or the Meadowlands Pace or one of them. Now, let me tell you the story. Ralph Gigante, who was the kid holding the horse, he's the son of this guy, Ralph Gigante. That's his father. His father is the brother of this guy, Chin Gigante. Okay? So that's the family. That's the uncle. And that family is very, very tight. They're very, very close. And let me tell you something, regardless of what anybody says about it, that was the kingfish right there. And that family was what they ruled, that family. I don't care about any other crew. Okay.
That's for sure.
That's for sure.
That was the godfather.
That's that. So that's the uncle, that's the father, and that's Ralphie. So what happens Ralphie was going for his driver's license. And he says to me, he was living with me at the time. In fact, he lived with me for about 4 or 5 years. And when he was old enough, I sent him. I got him his driver's license, his qualifying license, and I gave him all his qualifying drives. So he needed one more drive. So I says, listen, I says, all the horses I would give you to drive, because look, I can't, I have owners on these horses. I can't just let somebody miss a week of racing so you could qualify. But he understood all of that. I says, but Kadish is okay with me. Kadish let me get one. Kadish has a horse that I'm setting up because he's coming down here in 2 weeks. And I want him to be in a winner's circle of the first night he gets here. So I'm saving this horse for that. So I'm going to let you qualify this horse for your last drive. But whatever you do, just make qualifying time. Just go to the rail and sit there, and halfway down the stretch, if you want to come out and do something, just don't show up the horse. So he says, okay. So he drives the horse, and naturally he gets approved. So now he has his provisional license, and we're in Pompano Park. This race here, this was in Pompano Park. See Pompano Park up there? Mm-hmm. So we're in Pompano Park. So now he comes off the track. He says, Larry, I want to buy that horse. I don't care how much it costs. I want to buy it. I says, it's Kadish's horse. Kadish don't sell horses. He ain't going to. He says, no, please, you got to get me that horse. I love that horse. And she was a nice horse. She had a little problem. She had soft feet. She was flat-footed, and she had soft feet. And you got to just take care of her feet. And back then, you never wanted to use plastic pads. Just start coming out, but they were really hard. You didn't want to use leather pads because you put them on, and for one race they were good, but then they squeeze out. The shoe would get loose. The shoes come flying off.
They
shrink.
Plastic ones.
Yeah,
they shrink when I get wet.
Yeah, and they were just a pain in the ass. So I always looked after her feet. I always paid attention to her feet. And as long as I kept her feet, I tubbed her a little bit. I took care of her, and I used to poultice them every night. And she would be fine. This was before all the sophisticated pads that they have now. This was in 1974. So anyway, so now I convinced Kadish to sell her. I says, Larry, I says, look, I says, this kid really, and I told him the whole story. I says, you got 30 horses. Sell the kid the horse. He really likes the horse. So, and I says, and I'll put him in when you're down here, so you'll see him win, but the kid will be driving him. You'll make the kid very happy. Do something, do something for this kid. He's a really nice kid, and he really was the kid was a gem. The kid was a really good kid.
Great guy. A lot of fun.
So now he sells the horse. He sells the kid the horse. Now Ralphie got his license. He's got a P license. It's in the mail. We're waiting for him to come. But we put the horse in to go because I promised Kadish that the horse. That was the one condition. Okay, I'm going to put the horse in. If your license don't come in time, that horse is going to race. If your license don't come in time, I'm going to drive this horse. So that was the deal we made. So I put the horse in. Kadish flies down, and the day of the race comes. The license don't come, and the judges, even though we put him down, the judges wouldn't let him drive. So I had to drive. So that morning, a limousine pulls up. Who gets out of the limousine? This guy right here. Now, let me tell you something about this guy. This guy is the brother of this guy. And this guy don't fool around. Now, his other brother, well, one died, one was a priest, and one was Mario Gigani. Mario was a lot smaller. He was a smaller guy, but 100% general. Very, very diplomatic. Very, very. He was a Frank Costello type guy. Very, very. Even though we went to jail for 3-4 years for slapping a guy, but that was usually his job. This guy here on the screen didn't fool around. That was Ralphie's son. So anyway, who gets out of the limousine that morning? But this guy. And he says, no, he says, you in there. So he knew where everything was because he came down a couple of times. So he knew the barn area because he used to come down to see his son once in a while. Very, very close family. All the brothers and cousins are all very close. You in there. Me? Yeah. What happened was the night before we were going to race this horse, I showed Ralph, because I used to show Ralph everything, was the best thing to do. And I says, listen, because he's racing that night, what we'll do is we'll get these burlap bags and we'll poultice them from the knee down. And then we wrap it with saran wrap, and then we put the burlap bag that the oats used to come in. We'll put that right up to the knee, and this way the leg bandage will hold the whole thing up, and whatever does seep down, it'll seep down right into the foot. So we won't lose none of it, and he'll get the full effect of it. What happened was, because, and Joe, you know this better than anybody, everybody wanted to be on the good side of this guy. Everybody wanted to be. Nobody messed with that crew. Nobody. So there were a couple of guys around the racetrack that were that knew these people, and so when he asked me to go in the room, I go in the room, the tack room, it was my office. And he says, guess who called me last night? I says, I don't know. And he told me the name of the guy. The guy still don't know that I know, but I think he's dead. So-and-so called me. He says, I sent you down $30,000. He says, if this horse don't win, you better have $30,000 in that drawer, or that's where your fucking head's going to be. if this horse don't win. So I says, I don't know what you're talking about. He says, I got a report that you had him bandaged from his both front legs all the way down. You sold my son a lame horse, a bad horse, and 30,000 of my money. That motherfucker better win. If he don't win, you don't have that 30,000 in that drawer. Your head's going to be in the drawer. Trust me. And he meant it. Okay? So that's the result. I won. I won by half a length. But try driving. People say, yeah, it's a lot of stress driving. And
that's pressure. That's pressure.
That's fucking pressure. Because, you know, if you get beat with the best horse at the Meadowlands Pace, you come back and say to the trainer, yeah, I drove bad. I should have come this, or he wasn't that good, or something.
Not to be in a draw.
But let me tell you something. This guy here don't want to hear no excuses. And this guy here could do anything he wants in the whole world because of his brother. Who's that guy? So when I say I won the races I had to win, and there were 4 or 5 of them like that you know, that happened with Cabert. And one of them happened. I can't tell the story, but it's a great, great story. But I promised the guy's wife, another driver, that I would never repeat the story. And when somebody asked me about it, because it's an unbelievable story, and I sat with her one night at one of the affairs, and I said, I just want you to know. I can't even tell you who was at the table because then you'll figure it out. I just want you to know that your husband is an unbelievable guy. And she says, I know that. That's why I married him. And I says, no, you don't know the all of it. And she says, well, tell me. And I told him. I told her the story. And I said, he basically saved my life. If I wouldn't have won that race, they would have found me in the trunk of my car in the Horseman's parking lot. And that would have been at the Meadowlands, and that would have been the end of me. And that's the truth. Now go out there and knowing that there's 2 guys waiting at your car, and they let you know before.
I know about that.
And they, yeah, you know about it. And the reason was because the money that I had to give them, I sent 2 kids to the Bahamas to get cancer treatments to save their lives. So I had that choice I had to make. So I made that choice knowing my life was on the line. And the only way I could go to sleep that night, because you daydream. Because if not, you stay up all night. You say to yourself, well, tomorrow I have this horse in. I'll borrow 2,000. I'll bet on him. He's going to be about 10-1. And I'll get my 17,000 and everybody will be happy. And so now I can go to sleep. You know, and then the fucking race comes up and you're sitting there looking at the program and you're saying, holy fuck, 10-1 the morning line. I got the 2,000 to bet. I bet on him. But how the fuck am I going to beat this guy and this guy and this guy again? Now, don't forget, I'm Larry Rolla. I'm not Walter Case. I'm Larry Rolla. I'm just a regular guy who's with the best drivers in the world. And who's on the 2 favorites is the two top guys. So, and all right, but now I have to win this race. Try to go into a fucking race knowing that if you don't win this race, you're going to be in the trunk of your fucking car. And they told me, be a man about this. Empty the fucking trunk. Empty the trunk and have the keys in your pocket. That's how serious they was. Don't let
put a pillow and a blanket in there.
Empty your trunk. So try to win them fucking races. I went through 4 years of that shit. Okay? So it's either let 2 little babies die of cancer, which by the way, they were saved. They went down there with my cousin. They're still alive today. Both of these kids, the 2 boys, they're still alive today. So not only did I save their lives by giving that money to their family so they could take them down to see Dr. Burton, I saved my own life. So when people say, "Oh, Larry Rolla, what the fuck did he ever do?" You know, they Google your name, and when you Google my name, all you see is Larry Rolla versus so and so in court. Larry Rolla this, Larry Rolla that. They send me millions of articles about Larry Rolla fixed this, Larry Rolla did this, Larry Rolla did that. None of the good stuff, just the bad stuff. So anyway, I put this picture up originally just to tell about Eddie Palmieri, but that was the story. Okay, so I'm done with my bullshit rant. The first 45 minutes I took of this. Let me see how I get rid of this picture now. Where the hell is it? Okay, here it is. Okay. All right, so now we're back on. Eddie's not coming on. I guess I had a question for him. He's not coming on, so we'll talk about whatever you want to talk about.
What were you talking about before?
What's that?
What were you talking about before? You said somebody called you about me?
Oh, yeah. Let me read it.
From who's this from?
It's from a guy who puts up these here. We have 38 things in here. It's from one of these guys. You see, I get a lot of comments on here, and believe it or not, and I'm not saying it because Ron is here tonight. Most of the comments I get was, "You got to bring Ron back on." They're fascinating. You see, he's like me. To me, my life was just life, but he has unbelievable stories. You got to get Ron back on. You got to get Ron back on. And
Sounds good.
Thank you, Larry.
The guy's having a party for his grandkids. I'll leave the guy alone. I mean, that's why now I send him a link. I send him a link all the time. He don't ever have to call. That link is there. If he's busy, he don't hit the link. If he ain't busy, there he is.
Thank you. Thanks, Larry.
Let me see. Let me see this guy who. It was good about where the hell would it be? Oh geez, I hope I find it. Uh-oh. Oh God.
You'll never know, Joe.
Well, this could be good and it could be bad. A heavyweight just sent me a friend request. Wow. A heavyweight who spent a lot of time in jail. You know, I have to say this. There were a lot of things that would have happened in a good way that the mob back then, 50, 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago, that the right thing would have been done just because you knew somebody there. Not that you were threatened, but just because you knew your bills got paid. Everything worked right. There was a total respect for everybody, because the mob crew, if you were in the mob, you had a shot at your friend killing you if you fucked up. But I'm talking about if you were associated and you were friendly with them and you ever had a problem and you were right, you had no problem. And most of the time it would just get straightened out. A guy walks in. "Oh, hi, what can I do? I need a favor." "What's the favor?" "Well, the favor is that I'm going to do you a favor." That's what the favor. And then you owe this guy the money. Just give him the money. Just like Juicy did with Joe Pesci. He was running numbers. The guy hit the number. Pesci's boss says, "You never handed it in." Pesci did hand it in. So who's he go to? He goes to my friend.
So
He goes to the guy. He never handed it in. But, "Well, I didn't know you were involved." "Yeah, well, I'm involved. Give him the fucking money." And they saved Pesci's life. Okay. So back then, these kind of guys, they did. Today it's a little different, but things were there was never no bullshit. I mean, I could name a few things about the freedmen up in Monticello that never got paid by certain guys because they didn't have to pay. There was certain little bookmakers up there that took action from certain guys that when they lost, they never paid. When they won, they bet.
Yeah, they got paid.
Yeah, so So that shit happens. Let me find this thing. In the meantime, while I'm looking for this, talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Yeah, after you find that, Larry, show that race.
Oh yeah, I'll show it right now.
What race is this?
Watch this guy get flung up. People think that, and this is the other thing that's really sad. That's really sad about all these kids that get busted up, and just the two kids that got Mario Marcelino and that other poor kid that's paralyzed.
Anthony Collada.
Anthony Collada in the wheelchair.
Wasn't on the track, at least.
And both of these guys at the time, if they were making $50,000 a year, working 7 days a week in business where your life is in jeopardy every second that you're around the horse. I mean, you could be standing at a horse's shoulder and he'd kick you right in the forehead with his hind leg. That's how bad it is. And that's how dangerous it is. Never mind something like this. Now, watch this. It's a very short. It's only like a few seconds. No, that's not it. Oh, I got a story about that too.
You got a lot of stories.
I got a lot of stories. I can't find this picture. Oh, here it is. Here it is. 36 seconds.
He's going stylishly. Bronski beat about 4 or 5 metres. There's the 4. Foxworth down. And Diamond Maker's lost its drive. Up close to home. Bronski beat in front. Temujin. Foxworth falling. He's going stylishly. Bronski beat about 4 or 5 metres. There's the 4. Foxworth down. And Diamond Maker's lost its drive. Up close to home. Bronski beat in front. Temujin. Foxworth falling at the top of the straight.
You see that guy that landed over the hub rail?
Oh, yeah.
I landed on the rail when the horse went down. When Merton's leg came off, Merton was the guy that was crushed underneath the horse, and I was the guy that landed on the hub rail.
He's going stylishly. Bronski beat about 4 or 5 metres. There's the 4. Foxworth down. And Diamond Maker's lost its drive. Up close to home. Bronski beat in front. Temujin. Foxworth falling at the top of the straight. Diamond Maker running into the fallen horse. Over Ted Demler being spectacularly flung over the running rail and landing very heavily. Fortunately, Demler is in a satisfactory condition in hospital. And Diamond Maker.
Wow, that was you, Larry?
No, that wasn't me. But it was what I'm saying. It was similar because when the horse that went down was in the race, the horse that went down in that race was just like Merton's horse went down, and the guy behind him run over him, and then the guy right after him got catapulted. I landed on the hub rail at Monticello, and the horse behind me landed on top of me. So
the horse went down like his hobble hanger broke.
Yeah. See this horse? Where the hell is it? See this horse here? Now, the reason I put this picture up, you say you can't see it when I put it bigger, right? You can't see it bigger?
No.
You don't see it. Okay.
No.
Larry, we can make it bigger on our screen by just opening it up ourselves.
All right, but if you make it bigger,
everybody else can.
Yeah, I can make it bigger now. Yeah.
If you make it bigger and you look at this horse's 4 feet, you will see that each of the foot, like especially on the back foot here, right here, on the right, on the left hind foot, you see that it was that they were all, it was all fiberglass. It was all of them shoes, all 4 shoes he had 4 quarter cracks. And I patched all 4 of the cracks and put all 4 glue-on shoes on that horse. Now, let me tell you, being I have the picture up, let me tell you a story. Now, as you could see, the guy all the way on the end next to the red jacket with the black shirt, that's me. Mm-hmm. Okay? Mm-hmm. The trainer of this horse was Iwinski. That's him right next to the horse. The jockey is Michael McCarthy. He was the leading jockey in Delaware. This was at Delaware Park. The leading jockey at Delaware Park. What Mike McCarthy does with his agent, they go to one of the most famous trainers in the Hall of Fame. What the hell was his name? Well, somebody mentions it. He's a very, very famous name. I forgot his name, but somebody will mention it. They bought this horse here. This horse was a 4-year-old maiden. I says to him, he buys this horse. And I says to him, I says, why would you buy a horse from a leading trainer in the whole world who's a Hall of Famer and he's an icon. I mean, why would you buy? I mean, the guy, he wins all the major races. Now he has a 4-year-old that he still couldn't get to win a race. Why would you buy this horse? Well, because of the breeding and this and that. And I figure, well, we can get him to the races. Iwinski was leading trainer at the time, and maybe this guy can get him to the races. So anyway, he calls me up one day. And he says to me, Mike McCarthy does. And he says to me, well, I shouldn't have got into this because this whole show is like it's going to be about me. After this story, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. But anyway, let me just finish this story. So he says to me, he says, Larry, he says, you got to come down here. He says, but don't come down in the morning because Iwinski is funny. Thoroughbred trainers are like that. They think they're the sharpest guys in the world. And if they can't fix him, nobody could fix him. And in the meantime, we can't even catch him now. We can't catch him. We can't get him out of the stall. And he's just bad. And Iwinski don't know what to do with him. He's just yelling at me every day. You shouldn't have bought him. You shouldn't have bought him. You shouldn't have bought him. But nothing's ever getting done. And nobody wants to go near him. The groom don't want to have nothing to do with him because you can't go near him. You couldn't. So anyway, he says, but do me a favor, come down. But come down in the afternoon. Iwinski's not here in the afternoons. So I go down in the afternoon, and he takes me to the horse. Now, on top of it all, she's a 4-year-old. She's about 16 hands high. She's gigantic. She's a very big horse. And she pins her ears back, wheels around, and just throwing kicks. And when she's throwing the kicks, blood is flying back. Now we're all full of blood because she's kicking and kicking. Pins her ears back. You can't even get near her. Okay, so what we do is we can't call the vet. We can't do nothing because Iwinski can't find out that I was there to do whatever he thinks I could do. So what we do is we get a bunch of bales of straw, and we put the straw. We open the door. We hold the horse back with a broom and a pitchfork. We put the bales of straw in right about 4 bales high, and we keep pushing them in. Then we put more until we pin her right up against the wall. In the meantime, early on, we got I think 5 or 10 cc's of Ace Promazine. And as soon as we pinned her up against the wall, we jammed her head up in the corner and held her, and I was able to give her a shot of Ace Promazine, and that knocked her down. I think I gave her 4 cc's, and that she was still able to stand, but she was calm and everything else. And I looked at her; she had 2 or 3/4 cracks. Her feet, it was terrible. She was quick on every foot. It was just terrible. And she was so sour and rotten, you couldn't get near her. So I says, listen, see if you can borrow a truck and trailer. If Iwinski can't, no, just say you got rid of her. Because this horse needs a lot of help. So he borrows a truck and trailer, and we bring her down to Gateway Farms. And I had the horse there. Now I have to say this about Mike. Mike was leading driver every day down there. Every morning he would drive from Delaware, where he lived, right by Delaware Park. He would drive down and he watched me, and I cut out every 1/4 crack. I fixed all the feet up, put all glue on shoes. That's what you see here. That's why I told you could see. If you could see every foot, you see the white. They were all fiberglass patches, and I rebuilt the whole foot out of fiberglass because there was no more foot to put a nail in. So I rebuilt the feet. Okay. Now, what happened with that horse was I had her at Gateway Farms, and when she was ready to, and I trained her there. I swam her. Now listen to this. I swam her. I put her in an equicizer. I put her 20 minutes one way, full speed, 20 minutes the other way, full speed. Took her out, swam her in place in the pool for a half hour, and that's how I was getting her ready. And once a week, I would ship her up to Monmouth Park in Allen's barn and train her. Anyway, then when she was ready to go and everything, we got her gate card and everything and brought her back. He told Iwinski the truth. Her first race was this race, maiden race. It was 6 furlong race, maiden race. She got left at the gate and she won by open lengths. You could see up here on the top half of the picture. She won by open lengths. She won 4 races in a row. They bred her and sold her for $400,000. So that's
Wayne Lucas. Was it Wayne Lucas?
I don't know. No. Oh, you mean trainer? No, no. It wasn't Wayne Lucas. It was one of the guys just as old as him,
Smart.
but the guy they call the champion crusher, or the guy who with oddball horses. He won all the big races. Oh God, I can't think of his name.
There's a guy named Smart.
No, Curly Smart. No, I don't know. Anyway, that's enough. You guys talk about something. I'm sure Ron has a bunch of these good stories.
You got to find this thing. You're making me nuts.
I'm going to find it when Ron's telling his story. I'm going to be looking.
All right, Ron. Ron, did you ever see anybody fall off a horse truck 75 miles an hour?
I didn't see it. No. What I wanted to ask Larry is, Freddie Hudson's doing such a great job on all these videos.
Hold it a minute. Wait 1 second. I just got a call. The trainer's name was Alan Jerkins. Okay, Jimmy, thanks. Alan Jerkins.
All right.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Freddie Hudson's doing a really good job on all these videos. He had Carmine and Michelle LaChance, and then I guess Billy O'Donnell. Well, I was wondering, I know it costs some money and everything, and I hope everybody contributes. But I was wondering, is he going to do one on Hervé Filion? Because Hervé's just, he's right up there with them, I think.
You see the problem we have?
I think he's doing the living.
Oh, the living, okay.
Yeah, the living.
Okay.
But the problem we have now is I made a list of 10 of them that are alive, that are in the Hall of Fame. Here's the problem. Everybody, and this is my fault and my problem, and I don't know how to get out of it. I told him from the first one, I says, Freddie, you've been doing this for 10 years in Washington, doing everything else. And I shouldn't say this, but I don't know how else to explain it. He's not in financial position to be doing everything he's doing for nothing. He's just not in that position, but he does it. Okay. And he's suffering because of it. So I says, look, it's really a great idea. He says, we can do it on your show. I says, yeah, but if you put something together, you can't do it for free. You got to pay. We're going to ask for sponsors. Okay. Now we asked for sponsors, everything. All you guys were great. And these special thanks to all of you. He keeps telling me that. But now it's going on the third time. He calls me up a week ago and he says, Larry, he says, I put this thing together, and this is the next one he's doing, this one here with Billy O'Donnell. He says, I don't even know if I want you to put it up. He says, it's getting embarrassing now, asking for money every month for another one. And I says, you know what? I says, I don't want to work. I don't want you to work for free. I know you're not working. I know you're not doing well, but you're right. I'm having a tough time now asking to contribute, and I don't want to give a dollar amount. I mean, I don't want to say, look, even $5, because there's not that many that contribute. If there's 10 people or 15 people that contribute and they only contribute $5, where the fuck you going? So I don't know why. I know there was some high end. He tells me everybody, and I don't want to mention any names, but he tells me how much everybody put in. But you can't expect it every month, and especially some of you can afford it, some of you can't afford it, and I hate to ask, and I don't know what to do, and that's why you haven't seen this go up. but it's ready, and it's ready to go out. And when Thursday comes, Freddie's going to be on here, and we're going to talk about it. But I don't know if it's going to go on because I can't. It's getting embarrassing now, and I can't keep asking people to be a sponsor. I can't. So I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work out. I don't know what's going to happen. But there's other people, and I have a whole list of them. Guys like Catello Manzi, there's 10 of them all together that we have. But it can't go on because even Freddie said, I'm starting to get embarrassed now. It's like I need the money, but whether he needs the money or not, it's embarrassing. So I don't know. I haven't showed this since he put it up. I haven't mentioned it, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens Thursday. This is going to go up. He said to me he already had 6 people that sent money in. He already has 6 or 7 sponsors.
But he didn't send no email out like he always does.
I know, because it's embarrassing now. It's like it's a handout now. So it's a tough situation.
Well, you can still send them out, and if you could afford it, you donate. If not, you don't. But that doesn't mean he shouldn't send them out.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out Thursday.
All right, listen, guys,
Larry,
I'm going to go.
Larry, I would handle it this way. And I'm certainly not going to presume to tell him what to do. But people love the sport. People loved these people that he put in the video. Present it this way. Say that I'm trying to do this. I'm doing the best I possibly can. And if I can afford it, and if I get enough contributions to do the next one, and then we'll go forward with that. If I don't get enough money, we'll go weeks, months until I finally get it, and I'll put it out. But if I don't get it, I'm not going to be able to do them once a month. And I'm sure everybody can know that and understand that. But that's not asking for money. If people want to give, they give. They don't want to give, they don't give.
Yeah, that's all. At least put it out there.
And if people enjoy it, listen, somebody that can't afford to give today or next week might be able to in a month from now. So instead of him putting out one once a month, he puts one out every couple of 3 months. But people appreciate it. I certainly appreciate the work and energy and time that he puts into it. Right. He's doing something. He's trying like hell to resurrect the sport. And because once you have that Roosevelt Raceway, Yonkers Raceway in your blood, it's very hard to get out. I mean, I can't tell you how many times if I'm laying in bed, I can't sleep. I think of a situation or a story or something that happens, and before you know it, it leads into another. That's a great time of someone's life, and you can't just sweep that on the rug and forget about it. And he certainly can, especially since his father was in the business. And he helped his father. He participated with his father, on a daily basis, and he was proud of him. And I can understand why Freddie's doing that. But I mean, if it's strapping him financially, then he just can't do it, and no one would blame him for it whatsoever.
You know what strapped him financially? It's not that it's strapping him, and I hate to put his business out in the street, but the guy went for 10 years, more than 10 years, to Washington. He moved from his house here, and he moved to Washington to be close to because he wanted to lobby for everything that was happening in the harness racing. For 10 years, he did it on his own dime. And thank God his wife was working. They were able to maintain and everything else. But things were not today like they were back then. And it's getting tough. And I told him, I says, Freddie, you keep wanting to give and give and give. You gotta get something. And that's and I was the one that talked him into asking for sponsors. But I didn't realize that after a while it gets embarrassing. It's like you're always asking for money. Well, so it's one of them things. And he's the first one that mentioned it. I was starting to feel it because I didn't. And I don't even know how to say. I don't want to say. I'll give you an example. There's 2 or 3 guys that always comment on the show all the time, and good guys and good friends. They never contribute, not one penny, and they all know each other. They didn't contribute. Now what am I going to say? Embarrass them and say, look, the thing came out. I didn't see your name on the sponsor list. I can't do that. I can't do. So I don't know what to do. I don't know how to handle it. And if it means that, he don't do no more, he don't do no more. I, I, and it's not that I'm the one that come up with this. He's the one that said it first. But I happen to feel the same way. It's embarrassing to ask for money, and so I don't know how he's going to handle it. But we're going to find out Thursday. We're going to find out Thursday when this comes up. It's all done. When it comes up, we're gonna talk about it Thursday, and that's it. But I have to tell you that everybody that showed up on this screen here were the major contributors of that whole thing, of all the ones that happened. Everybody that showed up on the screen. Not everybody. Now, is there a reason why all of these people here? These, how many? Oh, it don't say. It says, oh yeah, let's see. Oh, it don't say. I thought it say how many comments. It used to say how many comments. But if there were 90 comments, 100 comments on there, and each one put in $10, it's $1,000. It helps, just $10. But they don't, and I'm certainly not going to say, Sundance. Don't forget. Here's the thing. Here's the things at that website. I did it the first time. I can't do it no more. I can't do it. I can't.
Larry, why don't you get that Ralph Gigante guy on your show and let him ask for money? Larry, he'd have enough videos for the next 10 years.
Poor Ralph.
Hey guys, I'm going to say
let him
goodnight.
ask for money.
Ralph Gigante just died.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well,
Yeah.
I'm just saying it. Get his brother then, because I'm sure a lot of people would respond to his request, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Well.
Chin's no good. He's not here anymore.
Yeah.
That's
all right, guys. I'm saying good night.
Good night, Anthony.
I will
all right.
Bye, Anthony. Take care.
All right. Let me get you off the screen here. Okay. Anthony's. What happened to Joe? Oh, I took you off by mistake.
Yeah,
All right. Talk
me.
about something. Let me find this thing. Joe, Ron, tell one of your stories.
Larry, you got the best of me the first couple of times. I'm trying to think of some stories, but I see a comment here. I think it was PM. He said, what did he say here? He said, Ron, when Roosevelt closed, did you get stuck with a lot of outstanding balances, and did you have to take anyone to court? And also, did the shippers pay rent to be at the track those days? I was the only one at the track those days, and I did not have to pay rent. But of course, when they needed a favor for anything, I would always respond immediately. As far as did I get stuck with a lot of bills? Yes, 1,100,000 when I left the business. But a lot of that money was people, like I said, that I put on a truck that was going anywhere to try to help them out. And no, I didn't dun them for it, and I didn't go after them for it. I did. It says, did you have to? Did you have to take anyone to court? Yes, I did. Funny he asked. The one person that I took to court asked me to take him to court. I told Joe this. Del Insco. He asked me. He had a farm in South Beloit that his family was running, and we used to shuttle horses back and forth all the time for him. And that was an expensive ship, to go there and bring them back. And I finally said, Dill, I just can't do it anymore. I said, you give me a little money and then you charge 5 times that amount. He said, do me a favor, take me to court, send me a summons. My family will take care of it. I guess his sister ran. I said, I can't do that. I said, I want you to do that because I want you to keep shipping me. Anyway, I took him to court and I won. He paid me and kept right on shipping him. So that was one person. Another person at the track, not going to mention his name because he's still living. I didn't want to sue him, but he was heavy into drugs, and I said to myself, if he's going to spend all his money on drugs, why not let me get the money that he owes me? and continue to haul them. But most of that money, or a lot of that money, like I mentioned before, because I had Houghton, Dancer, and Continental Farms, trucks were going everywhere every day. So I would put people on there, and I would send them the bill, and if they paid me, they paid me. If they didn't, they didn't. I wouldn't run after them. So that's basically how I answer that question there. But I feel that's my little contribution to harness horse business. Can't win them all, right, Joe?
Yeah, you can't win them all, but you were
Yeah.
a good-hearted guy, Ron.
Yeah, no, like I said, I was happy to do that, and
You looked out for the working guy, and you know who's struggling. A lot of
like I
people
said,
struggle.
I mentioned it. A guy and his wife had two horses, and they had to go to Vernon, and that was $200-300. And I would give them a discounted rate, and also I send them a bill. But like I said, I was at the track every day. I didn't run up to their barn. They like, hey, you're gonna pay this. They pay me. If they pay me, they pay me. If they didn't, they didn't. I'll give you a little quick.
If they could.
Yeah, I'll give you a little quick story about it. I don't know if my wife is listening. Anyway, my bookkeeper, I don't know, I forget if she quit or she had a baby, so she had to take like a couple, 3-4 weeks off. So my wife was doing the bills. So after my wife doing the bills for a couple of weeks, she came in the office. She said, "Are you kidding with this accounts receivable? You got to be crazy." I said, "Don't worry about it. Just, we would send out a notice every 30-day notice." And I said, he said, "But you can't keep going like this. You have too many bills. You have too many people owing you money." I said, "Sue, just send out the notices and people will pay." Anyway, I was sitting in my office one day. I couldn't believe it. I hear her in the front talking to some guy that I've been shipping for 10 years. "Well, we got to have that money. Now, if you need any more horses shipped, we got to have that money." I ran right in, snatched the phone right out of her hand. I said, "Don't worry about that. I'll call you back," and hung up. And that was it. And then I said to her, like Donald Trump said, "You're fired." That was it. And my bookkeeper came back. I couldn't have that. She was like, she just thought that, you call up and you collect money by she thought that just by asking them that they would come running in with it. But, that's not how the horse business works. You have it when you have it, and you don't when you don't.
Well,
but that was her like 2-week
understanding.
career. That was her 2 weeks working for me.
You were pretty understanding.
Yeah, it was just,
I don't think Brookledge was like that.
Not at all. No. No, I'm not going to say anything about it. They're a great company. They stand the test of time. But, no, they did not. I know it for a fact. I mean, I was friends with that guy, Teddy, the agent, before he died. And, he would tell me, "Go see so-and-so. We're not shipping them anymore," and that's what I did. It's just, I don't mention my wife that much, but one other story that I have is, when I was first started, I was in business, and I bought those trailers off of Alex Nichols, those big, beautiful stainless steel trailers. I had a picture of them here last week, but I brought it back to the office, and I'm not saying they were any better than the trucks they got today, but I can tell you this: 30, 40 years later, they're just as good, and look just as good. But anyway, when I bought them off of Alex, like I told you, he had Alex Nichols agency, and I actually bought the whole business from him in 1970, and then I enlarged the rights with Chester Sayre. But when I bought these trailers off him, they were like $50,000. In those days, that was a lot of money, and I paid it off in a year. And he made two. He had them made from Kentucky Trailer, and then he furnished them on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
So I told him I wanted those two trailers. So he charged me $50,000 each, which was $100,000. And I just signed a note for $100,000. And 2 years from that date, I think it was June 2nd, 1976 or something like that. He said, "Before noon on June 2nd, 2 years from today, I want that money. If you want to pay it off, a little bit every month or not, but I want that money on that date." He charged me 3% interest. I said, "Okay." So I went home and I said to Sue, "That one trailer we have?" I said, "Well, I got two more of those." I said, "I got them from Alex Nichols, and I have 2 years to pay them off." She said, "Well, how much they cost?" I said, "It's going to be 100,000. She said, "Where are you going to get 100,000 in 2 years?" I said, "I don't know where I'm going to get the 100,000 in 2 years, but I can tell you this: come June 2nd, 2 years from today, I will have that money." She said, how are you going to get it? I said, well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to sell my car. And if I don't have enough, I'm going to sell your car. And if that's not enough, I'm going to sell your wedding ring. And if that's not enough, I'm going to sell your engagement ring. But come June 2nd, 2 years from today, he will have his money. And I actually paid him back in a year and a half. But that was just a story how, when you have to do something, you have to do it. Larry always says, he mentions people that are hard workers. This and that. You have to be a hard worker if you go to get ahead anywhere, right? You have to work. I worked 10 straight years without a day off. And when I told my wife that, she asked me, well, what are your hours? And I said, every hour.
Yeah.
Starting tomorrow. And that's what I had to do because, like my father said, if you're not a doctor or a lawyer, you got to work for a living. And he didn't mean that literally. He meant work. So so that's what you have to do. But I love the business. I love the horses. The racetrack was one big family. We knew everybody. Everybody knew us. And no one mentioned this, and I'm sure Freddie, if he was on, he would. And I don't know if you remember this, Joe. There was no racism on the track those days. You know that?
No, never.
There was no racism, right?
Never.
Nobody looked at anybody like white or black. Like
No.
I said, I had 6 black drivers that worked for me, and they were just as good or better as some of the white ones. They were just as honest, just as smart, and great horsemen. Every driver I got, I never got drivers from the driver's school or driver's pool. Every driver I got was a groom that showed interest to moving up. He would come, I would let him ride with other people. And then when they were serious about not being a groom anymore, they would have to go get their CDL permit. I would get, let them go with the truck with another driver and get it. And they would have to ride with somebody for 6 months. They weren't alone on the truck, but they were horsemen to begin with. And those grooms knew everybody. They'd pull up in the barn and it was like, hey, how are you doing? How's everything going? And they felt important because they felt like maybe a little step up from that, right? They were getting paid a lot more than a groom, I can tell you that. And and they enjoyed it. And like I said, there was no racism at all in any way, shape, or form when it came to that. And like I said, I had black guys riding with white drivers riding with black. That means they got in the sleeper with them. Their bunk and everything. Never had one complaint about not wanting to ride with a black guy or not wanting to ride with a white guy. Neither one, white or black, never complained to me. They were happy to go with. And you can mix and match too, literally. Just say, this guy's not here. Can you go? Absolutely. Never had a problem with that in any way. And everybody looked at everybody as totally equal and what they are and what they should be looked at as a human being. And that's how I treated them in every way, shape, or form. Right. Every year, every November, I would give one of my drivers my wife's car. And then I'd get her another one. It wouldn't be brand new, but it would be a nice, good used car. One year I gave Big Bill one. That one year I gave Roy Rollins one. One year, every single year.
Wow.
One year I was getting ready to give one of my drivers a car, and Ray Snickner bought it off me. He wanted that car so bad for his father. It was an Oldsmobile, and it was right in the very beginning when I brought him from Yonkers. I think maybe within a year. He said, "I really want that car," and I sold it to him.
You brought him from Buffalo?
Yeah, I brought him from Buffalo to Yonkers, and then I brought him from Yonkers to Roosevelt. He had 7 or 8 horses with his father. That same morning, went right back and got Louis Gigante. He had 6 head. And brought him over to Roosevelt. But the Ray Snickler wanted that. I told you, Ray Snickler would claim a horse off of me, and the next day walk into my shop and ask to get work done on his car or get a cup of coffee or something. But that's how Roosevelt was. Everybody was there. Never had a complaint.
Never prejudiced. Everybody was friends. Yeah. The N word wasn't part of the vocabulary.
Absolutely not. No, I never had that, and I never had any of my drivers. Even like if one white guy got
fun. We had so much fun. Everybody laughed together. Everybody cried together.
Yeah,
cried together. Yeah. We used to play football. We used to play cards. It was just a big family.
Joe,
was beautiful.
When during the days when Roosevelt closed, Yonkers opened, then Yonkers closed. Right, we call that the breakup, right?
Right.
And
they
we would do
3-month meets.
Yeah, we would do the three loads a day. I would load at 6 o'clock, go to Yonkers, come back and get another load, then come back. And when the last truck was there unloading, if one of my trucks was already unloaded, those drivers would run right over and help the other ones
Yeah.
put the horses away, set up everything. It just Woodbury drivers were ex-grooms that liked the horses, liked the people there, and were ready, willing, and able to help anybody at any time. And that's just what we did. And it's
Joe,
hard to get those memories. I mean, not that I'm trying, but you have those memories, great memory. And at my age, it's just
You appreciate it.
yeah, I appreciate it. And I know it was hard work in those days, and some days I couldn't see the light at the end of the tunnel. But I can tell you now, I take those days back in a minute because
Me too.
especially
too.
with the people, the racing and the horses and the excitement. Saturday morning at Roosevelt at the training track.
Yeah. All the
You
owners
know,
came.
Larry, did you know at one time we used to bring horses from Yonkers to Roosevelt, and they had baby races on the training track?
no, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you'd bring 2-year-olds from Yonkers, the people that were stable there over, and they would have 6, 7 races on the training track. They go in 211, 2.6, like that, stuff like right on the training track in the back. I had that little shack there, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was exciting, and the funny part was that there was so much hustle and bustle, and the horses going by and cars going by. Come 1 o'clock, you could hear a pin drop.
Yeah.
Everybody on a Saturday, but in the summer months on Saturday at Roosevelt, sunny day, it was that was great. It was just
Let me read this thing that I found. I found it,
Oh,
Joe.
you found it. Okay.
It was from a guy called Tim Finley, and
Okay.
we've been going back and forth for a lot of years. Tim Finley, very, very smart guy, very, very sharp guy. Here's what he wrote to me. My wife and I watched Once Upon a Time in Queens last evening following your recommendation. I talked about that movie. That was the movie.
Right. I saw it.
All right. So he says it was a great movie. Thanks. Also, I know you do not want to discuss religion on your show, but you can tell Joe, that's you, Joe, privately, that he is correct. The Bible states that nobody is good enough to get into heaven, like Eric said. A person must accept Jesus as Savior to be accepted. His death on the cross paid for all of our sins. Eric was wrong about repentance. That is incorrect. Just as you guys know all about horses, I know a lot about theology. I have studied it for 50 years, so I know my stuff. And I sent him a message back. I will pass that along. Thank you. So that's it. I'm sure that Eric might have something to say because Eric is on here every week. And but now,
Well, first of all, I'm very happy to hear those words out of your mouth. You, Larry, because you shy from that all the time. So I'm happy to hear that from your mouth. All I said was very simply, we're all sinners. God gives you an easy way out, an easy way to get to heaven. And he tells you there's one way, by believing in his son, that his son died on a cross for our sins. If Adam and Eve never sinned, it would have been a whole different ballgame. But when he found out that man couldn't be trusted, he gave them free will. And all he wants is you to accept his gift of eternal life with him, because there's a heaven. And to get there, you have to accept his son. And it's very simple. That's all he wants. I mean, to me, that's the meaning of life. This earth is it's just passing through. It gives you time to realize that. And I think that's what life is all about, because eternity is a long time.
100%.
Ron, you agree with me?
1,000%.
You know,
1,000%. If you don't accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, you can forget about it. You have to accept him and say and confess your sins and ask him for your forgiveness, and he will.
Exactly.
And that's the only way you can go. It's in the Bible. It's in everything that the Catholic Church teaches. Now,
The
I go to
Catholic
church
Church, you
some.
can't go by the Catholic Church.
Okay, well, my wife goes every Sunday, and she,
If
gets
it's
me to come
Bible
most of the
based,
time. But Joe, they have a lot of man-made rules. You can't eat meat on Friday. Now you can. You can't eat anything after 12 midnight. Women got to wear a hat. That's all man-made stuff.
right,
You have
exactly. And God,
and that's not that's not what God said. He said, if you confess your sins, ask
right,
for forgiveness, and believe, and then He will, and
exactly.
that's it. And then everybody has their own way of professing religion
Right.
and acting to it, right? Going to church, I haven't seen anywhere where it says that. Okay, it does say the third commandment, thou shalt keep holy the Lord's day, right? But now is that Saturday or is that Sunday,
Well,
right?
it's the Sabbath day. For the Jews,
Right.
it's
Well, in the
Saturday.
Jewish
For the
religion, it's
Christians, it's
Saturday.
Sunday.
Right. Yeah.
But
But I'm
yeah,
just saying, there's a lot
all
of
it comes
ways to
down to.
keep that. A lot of ways to keep that holy. Right.
Yeah, yeah,
Listen, that's a private thing. That's what people believe. I wish the best for everybody, that they would have that kind of comfort in their life, that they can rely on their faith to carry them on tough times.
yeah.
I know that has worked for me, and
I know it made a
and,
big difference in my life. It
right.
changed me a lot.
And I like to say, if a guy like me can say this, anybody can. Anybody can
That
feel
goes
this
for
way.
me too.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
I mean, it's not like you got to do all this crazy thing to get into heaven.
Right. Right.
You just accept it and believe in it, and you're
That's
there.
right.
You
Right.
know, and
All right,
and good deeds help. Good deeds help, but it's not going to get you there all alone without
Eric,
accepting Jesus.
Eric has a question for me. Eric says, Larry, you really could be an excellent guest speaker to go to colleges, etc., on what gambling can do to one's life. I think would change some lives for the better. Well, let me tell you about that. Like I said this 3 or 4 times on this thing. The addiction that I had, the gambling addiction, I thought I was a strong person. I could adapt to anything instantly. When that addiction got a hold of me, gambling, and when Friday started to come, I used to shake. And for me to take the shot that I took shots against the baddest guys in the world, it's not a substance abuse like drinking or drugs. That's a substance abuse. Gambling is a mental abuse, and that's been scientifically proven. I learned that through the years. I kind of investigated why I couldn't get out of it, and why it took what it took for me to stop gambling. And believe me, in the beginning, the first month or 2 months, when I was struggling, when I went to my mother and asked her to do what she did, because I was struggling at that time to try to save my life, I kind of looked into this. I didn't understand why I couldn't just stop. And then I start looking into it deeper and deeper, and then we start talking about it with people well after my addiction was over. After I conquered that, they said that gambling addiction, because it's mental, it has nothing to do with anything else. It's a brain thing, that more people commit suicide from gambling than the substance abuse all put together. And that's the truth. I could probably name 10, 15 guys that ran away because of the gambling habit, that they got into so much trouble that they ran away. Now, I don't know if nobody knows if they're alive or dead. They ran away. I'll never forget the day You know, it's funny because there's so many good stories out there, but they say don't talk ill about the dead. But if you don't talk ill about the dead, there'll be no history. And there's a lot of good people that are dead that did a lot of good things, but did a lot of bad things. But the good things so outweigh the bad things. Like Jerry Silverman. To me, Jerry Silverman, when I was writing that book, my friends told me, I think it was Pesci or one of them guys called me up, or Frankie Vincent, and he says to me, he says, you got to put some funny stories in the book. You can't just have drama you got to put girls in there. You got to put some funny stuff in there.
Mix it up.
I said my life in there was nothing funny in my life at that time. It was really serious stuff. There was only one time that I could say that was funny. So he says, well, tell that story. So I called up Jerry Silverman. He was alive at the time. And I says, Jerry, excuse me, water. I says, Jerry, remember that story about Habib? He says, yeah. I says, would you mind if I told that story in my book? And he said to me just like this, I don't give a fuck. I says, well, you should, because you're going into the Hall of Fame in 3 or 4 months. And he says, I don't care about that. Do whatever you have to do. Me and Jerry were very, very, very close for about 2 years. I drove all of Jerry's horses one winter meet, the first winter meet at Monticello. The first winter meet they ever had. I did all his driving for all his horses. And we made a lot of money because we both had to make a lot of money. Jerry was in the same situation I was in. And what happened one night, after this incident, I'll tell you the incident and then I'll tell you what happened one night. Jerry owed a couple of $100,000, maybe I think it was over 100 something thousand, and he's talking to me because we were both betting. We were betting together. And at that time we were betting. My limit at that time was 10,000 with each guy, but we would bet 10 games. So we would bet 100,000, 150,000 between Saturday and Sunday.
Your handle.
And you would never win. I mean, the average player wins 3 times out of 15, 16. So you got no chance to win. So anyway, I told him, I says, Jerry, you got this owner that wants to spend all kinds of money. He's got money. Tell him, and everybody back then was buying horses from New Zealand and Australia. Tell him that you have an agent down there that has 2 horses and he said, that's a great idea. So I says, can I put that story in my book? Because he did it. And he said, yes. So that story is in my book. And just to finish the story real quick, he says, Habib, I got these 2 horses. My agent costs $110,000 and give me $110,000. I got to send it over. Okay, sends it over. Okay, as soon as they get the money, they're going to ship them. A month later, what happened to the horses? Well, they're in quarantine. Okay, what happened to the horses the next month? Well, one got sick, so we're not going to ship one, and that they wait. After 3-4 months, finally, where are the horses? And then Jerry pulled the old Jerry Silverman thing. And once Jerry put his arm around you and whispered in your ear, Booby, you know you had it. And he'd say, Booby, they were on their way and the ship sank. Okay? That's the funniest story I know. That's the story I told in the book.
That's unbelievable.
Now, one day, we were living, after that, he got out of that jackpot. After that, he was staying at the Tradewinds Motel. And that's where I was, at the Tradewinds. And every morning we would go down to the coffee shop at 6 o'clock in the morning. Not the coffee shop. They didn't have a coffee shop. They had a where you check in, a little lounge there where you check in.
Yeah.
Every morning they'd have a coffee pot there, and the guy would have Dunkin' Donuts. He'd have donuts there, whatever they were. and we would meet down there before we go to the track. So I'm coming down the steps about 5:45, and Jerry's packing his car. And I says, what are you doing? He says, I can't take it no more. A very serious thing happened. I can't mention it. I can't mention it because his kid is still alive. His kid is still around. He's a good kid, Richie. But something serious happened. And they lived on the 5th floor of a tenement building. And something bad happened. And Jerry he didn't do. So he packed his car and he says, please don't tell nobody where I'm at. I'm going to California. Don't tell nobody. Now, there was a guy that he owed, except from the guys that I owed. There was another guy, Tony Carubi, that was from that area up there. He owed him, and he was a no-nonsense guy. And anyway, and he was in a lot of trouble. And he had no choice. I couldn't help him out. I had my own problem. I had my own problem. I was willing to do something that Jerry wasn't willing to do and didn't have the ability or capability of doing that. I had the ability to do whatever I had to do as long as I didn't hurt any one particular person on purpose. So at that time, he owed Slutsky over $100,000 in checks, bad checks. I got Slutsky to okay Jerry's checks. He owed him over $100,000 in checks. He owed 2 or 3 bookmakers a lot of money in that 1 week. And there was no escape for him. And Tony Carubi was the same kind of guy that the guy over here was. Bad. I faced him. Jerry couldn't face him. His arm around you, calling you booby, didn't work with these guys. It didn't work. But I did, and they saw that I did what I had to do. I took chances, and I did what I had to do. I fixed races. Jerry couldn't do that. Jerry wanted to win races. Jerry was a good guy. Jerry was a trainer, but he had a terrible, terrible addiction. It wasn't drinking. It wasn't smoking. It wasn't drugs. It was gambling. Same addiction I had. He went to California. I almost got myself killed because Carubi come to me. He says, I know you know where he is. You have 1 week to give me his address. And I almost got myself in a lot of trouble. I didn't give his address. I had to make a phone call to neutralize the situation to somebody that I owed a favor to, that I had to repay that favor. But I never gave his address. And during that period of time, he was gone for 10 years. Slutsky died. That 100,000 got washed out. Carubi died. That 100-something thousand got wiped out. Everybody he owed money to died. When I made the last phone call, he came back. By then, he was a heavyweight in California. From what I understand, and I could have this wrong, but he met some guy or woman that invented the ballpoint pen or something like that, and they bought him a bunch of horses. I wasn't paying too much attention at the time because I was fighting for my own life, and I didn't need to go back and forth with Jerry all the time. But when I called him up and says, you're all clear here, everybody's gone. And he said, good, that's what. Next thing I know, he calls me up, he says, I'm shipping into Pompano on the training side. They're letting me build my own barn. I said, what? He built 100-stall barn on the train. I think I got this right. On the training side at Pompano Park, 100-stall barn, and filled them. And right from there, he went to the Meadowlands and everything and continued a great career. He was a great guy, very, very sharp horseman, and really a good guy that had a very bad addiction that made him do a lot of stupid things, as just like me. And but he come back a very wealthy guy with a major stable, and that's Jerry Silverman, and that's the addiction. And if he wasn't faced, he had his back up against the wall. If it wasn't, and that's what broke his, and that's what it takes. It takes you running away. It takes your breath away. It's not like drugs. It's not like drinking. It's not like smoking. It's just an addiction that you just can't. And Jerry couldn't get over it, and I couldn't get over it. It took a 5-mile ride out into the middle of the ocean, standing in a bucket of cement, for me to get over it. And it took what he did to get over it. And it was sad, because he was a real good guy that just had that addiction. Other people I know that had that addiction, they ran away. Half of them, I believe, I heard, were dead. They killed them. They caught them, and the other half are just gone. And they were some good kids. Some of them I know. There's 2 of them I know that are in Vegas right now, and they're doing well, because everybody, if you run away long enough, if you're on the lam long enough,
Yeah, they're
they
gone.
dump you off, and then you're okay.
Yeah.
I paid. I stayed there, and I paid, and I did what I had to do, and that was that. So anyway, I don't know why we got into this, but
Listen, before, go ahead.
no, I have to answer Eric's thing. The reason I don't go, first of all, I'm not a good speaker. I know what I want to say, but it don't come out right, and I'm terrible when it comes to that. I sat on this computer. I wish Joanne was up here, because she'd tell you. I sat on this computer for 3 days and 3 nights. I got a phone call from a friend of ours saying that they would get me whatever I needed to get my invention patented. And I stayed up for 3 days and 3 nights. I put down in writing, and here it is right here. Here it is right here. I mailed it out this morning. This whole thing. See what it says here? This cool cap. This whole thing. All of these pages here. And then in this thing here, I have maybe 13 pages of 13 pages of charts. I don't know if you can see it. Of charts, of the brain, of everything I talk about. I have it proven. Everything I talk, I have all kinds of charts, and I got everything. I stayed up for 3 days and 3 nights, and I says to myself, if this guy, who's our friend, is willing to put up whatever I need just to get this thing patented, because I know what was going to happen. The one person that said he was going to do it, I know is not going to do it, and it would probably just be nothing. When I got that phone call, and I knew the guy's a real guy and for real and meant it, and meant it. I says, well, I have to take advantage of the situation. I have somebody that really wants. The guy is not asking for nothing. He just wants to help. And if somebody wants to help me, I got to be a fucking moron not to take the help. And I stayed up for 3 days and 3 nights. And I put together 1, 2, 3. And because I can't say too much no more, but I mailed one out today to the guy that could probably make this happen for real. I gave the reasons why. I gave studies that happened, scientific studies. And I know that science is not perfect, and I know that science changes with the times. And that's what science does. They create something, then they wait for things change, and as the things change, the science changes. But the science is always on top of everything. So I have scientific facts from 30, 40 years ago all the way up to today. And the best thing is that they find more and more reasons why what I'm doing really, really works and really, really could help. So that's what I've been doing. Now I don't know why the hell I got involved. I started talking about that because somebody must have asked me a question. But anyway, the gambling, you can't change anybody's life, and I think also one of the statistics with the gambling is that the gambling, the rate of success with all these bullshit 900 numbers, call 800 if you have a gambling problem, if you have a drug problem. The gambling situation is 100% failure. Everything else is in the 80s, 70s. You know, they quit it. I was a drug addict. I'm dealing with a kid now with a really, he has a really good situation with the Buffalino story. That he's a hot commodity right now, and he's in the family. And he came to me, and he came to my house twice, and I filled him in because during them bad years I was involved in that, and they took a lot of did a lot of filming, and but he's a recovered drug addict, and he's up 5 years clean, and he has no intentions of going back. I never met one gambler who ever says I stopped gambling. I don't gamble. I don't mean a guy that went to the track once a month and bet $20. I'm talking about a gambler who's really addicted. They don't. So Eric, doing what you're suggesting, go. First of all, I couldn't do it because I'm not a speaker. Second of all, I'm not going to change. I am not going to change nobody's mind. So anyway, that's it. Let me go down some of these things.
Listen, I just want to check myself before. I don't want to get into the gospel or anything, Larry, but I might have misspoke a minute ago. I shouldn't have put the Catholic Church or any church in a bad category. All I'm saying, if they teach what's in the Bible, whether it's Catholic, Baptist, Pentecostal, whatever it is, the basic foundation of the Bible, they're fine. But there are a lot of corrupt institutions, including some Catholic churches, including Christian churches, including these mega churches. But if basically you go by the word of God, there's no bad guys, there's no good guys. As long as they speak the word from the Bible. That's what I meant to say, Ron. I didn't mean to.
I agree with you. I understand. Larry,
Yeah.
you were mentioning Jerry Silverman. I'm not going to mention it on the air, but I know the story that you can't tell. Also, what turned Jerry Silverman around was he hooked up with an owner called Marvin Runick. And he ended up with Die Laughing, Masquerade, Glowing Report, Fame, all those good horses. And that's what actually got him back going. Remember Die Laughing? I think it was a free-legged horse. But anyway, he came up with all those good horses at that time. And this Marvin Runick is a very nice man. He's still around, and he has horses with some other guy now. I see him racing at the Meadowlands. He owned a whole bunch of stores, like in Jersey and Pennsylvania, like these. It was called a Cozy Cottage or something like that. Like a general store type of thing. I don't know exactly, but he owned like 30 of them. And when he finally hooked up with him, that's when he started to do a lot better. And he was so protective of this guy. He was like, every time he came up with one of these good horses, he had to have one truck just for that horse, taking it all over. And he didn't want anybody going with him either. But that was he came up with a lot of good horses, and the ones that I just mentioned, those were some of them. But that's basically it. But I do know that story that you told, that you almost told, but you didn't.
It's a horror story. Mike says David Miller is getting very close to breaking John Campbell's purse money record. Campbell is at 299,891,000, and Miller is currently has 296 million. I think I read someplace that Dave Miller's leaving Jersey. He's going to Kentucky or someplace.
He's going back to Ohio.
Going back to Ohio.
He
Yes.
built a big house with a barn, and he's going to be stationed there, racing there. His last race is going to be a Breeders' Crown in Canada. He has fulfillment with. He wants to fulfill his responsibilities with the horses that he's on there, and then he's going back and he's going to race, like his cousin Brett Miller, around that circuit.
I have to say this about David. I never got close to David because I was hardly ever around, but I was in a couple of races with him, and to me, he looked like a howdy-doody type guy. He looked like somebody just standing in the corner. I don't think I ever had a conversation with him. I don't think I ever spoke to him except hello. But there were 3 or 4 races that he was in, that I was in, where that guy is completely fearless. Fearless. I mean, I've seen him do things and make moves out on the racetrack that now I understand why. Because up until then, I paid no attention to him. I know he showed up at the Meadowlands once or twice, never did no good, went back, come back. But I seen him in a couple of races make some unbelievable good moves and fearless moves. Where is he going to really try to make that? Is he really going to try to make? Is he really thinking? Can he fit through there? Is there enough room? And them are the kind of things. And he made it. And he's got a lot of respect for me. I don't know the guy. I know him to say hello to. I know who he is, and I know he knows who I am. But he's I call him like the silent killer, because he never says too much, and just a really top driver, and deserves everything he has. Unlike 1 or 2 other ones that I won't mention. Anyway, okay. Freddie Hudson says, very good that Yonkers got a 3-year contract with MGM. Okay, that's good. Gary D. Question: you guys watched the $1 million race at Woodbine last Saturday? Mohawk Bojangles win. I didn't watch it. I have to admit, I don't. I've been working on this one project now, and when I'm not working on that, I'm rewriting the movie script in the event it goes into a TV series. I've been busy as hell, and I don't really watch the races, because it'd be like me watching the races now and then trying to talk about it would be like an owner that owns a bakery shop buying the book, How to Train and Care for a Standardbred Racehorse, and then coming to the barn trying to train the Standardbred, telling the trainer what to do. So I don't watch the races. I just know that there's a lot of very young, talented guys out there that are in a very, very tough sport, tough game, and they do it well. And it's, I know what it's like going a quarter in 26 seconds, because, and Mike LaChance can vouch for this, I did it in 1971 with a horse called Theodore Diamond. 26-1 to the quarter. It was never done before. They called me up, all the newspapers, all the horse magazines. They were going to interview me. And what happened that day, the same day, Steady Star broke some world record or something, a time trial, and they did the story with him rather than the story of Theodore Diamond winning the feature race at Lincoln Downs, first quarter in 26-1. Mike LaChance was in that race. Mike LaChance was on this podcast, and Mike LaChance told that story, that I left out of the 5 hole. There's only 5 holes. Left out of the 5 hole. Took me to the quarter in 26-1, because the horse was finishing last every week, and everybody thought I was crazy because I let them know. I says, listen, this horse will be good tonight. What are you, crazy? You finish last every week up the track, up the track, up the track. All right, no problem. Just race your horse, no problem. I'm just letting you know, no problem. And I left out of there. Sure enough, there was Henry Fillion there, Bucky Day, Michael LaChance. And they took me, and they kept taking shots at me, 26-1. At the top of the stretch, I was locked in. I squeezed my way out and won by open lengths. I broke Adios Butler's New England world record, and they were going to make a big deal out of it until Steady Star did some kind of time trial or something. But I know what 26-1 is like. It's fast.
Larry, I watched that race. That Bojangles is a hell of a horse. Dr. Ian Moore is the trainer. He always comes up with good horses. When he goes to Harrisburg sale or any of those sales, excuse me, he always tries to pick horses that aren't going to wear any equipment. If you look at his horses, they don't wear knee boots or tendon boots. And most of his horses have that. Well, this Bojangles, he's a big horse, a great big horse, and he's undefeated in 7 starts. Ron Burke had a horse in there that was undefeated in 7 starts also, and that was the big matchup. And Bob McClure was the driver of Bojangles, and he got stung, got parked to the quarter in 26 apiece, and then cut the rest of the mile. Burke's horse got out and just couldn't get to him. Got up to a saddle pad, and that was it. So in my opinion, I watched the races a lot and the horses. I think this Bojangles is going to be one of the, if he stays sound, is going to be one of the next really great horses. He has the way he wins is unbelievable. The way he wins. Like I said, yeah, you got to watch him. He's by Cattle Wash, the first year Cattle Wash. That was the name of the horse. But this Dr. Ian Moore, I think, is a great trainer. He's come up with many champions. He had Shadow Play, right? And, this was going to be a test for him. And Ron Burke's horse is great, too. I mean, he sat behind him, and he got out, but he just couldn't get him. And this, like I said, this horse parked to the quarter, 26 apiece, and cut the rest of the mile and still won 49-3, I think. It was 49-1 was a track record.
You know what's interesting conversation, and someday, I know it'll never happen, but someday I'd like to have 10 people on here because I think I could fit 10 people on here. I would like to have us 2 guys, the regular 4 guys that come on every day, have a couple of veterinarians, a couple of thoroughbred trainers, and a couple of real good standardbred trainers. And I'd like to ask them a simple question that don't have an answer, in my opinion. What makes a great horse like this Bojangles, or like Secretariat a great horse? And I
heart and lungs.
Okay, now here's the thing. Here's the thing. They say that Secretariat's heart was 20. So let's say 20 pounds. It was twice the size of a normal horse's heart. Let's say a normal horse's heart is 10 pounds. Secretariat was 20 pounds. Horse is 16.5 hands high. We'll just stick with thoroughbreds, just for the sake of this conversation. But it goes into standardbreds too. All of that fits in the rib cage. The rib cage is as big as what it is. The stomach only holds maybe 12 quarts. But the main thing is the lungs and the heart. They fit into one cavity, okay? The bigger the heart, the smaller the lungs. So if the heart is that big, it's taken 10% more or double. If the normal heart is 10 pounds and this is 20, it's taken that much space away from the size of the lungs. It has to be. Now, interesting enough, when I called up the university, this was years and years ago, and I says to them, I said, listen, I says, the reason I'm asking these questions is because I happen to know 2 veterinarians that were working during that period of time. I know because I was in that lane for different reasons, but I know these 2 veterinarians One got caught, one never got caught. One that got caught had F. Lee Bailey, and he still wind up going to jail. But they were treating horses like Carryback, horses like Secretariat. These were the horses that they were treating at that time with these drugs that they were bringing in from over there. So my question is this. I'm not accusing anybody of nothing. This is what I was telling them 30 years ago. I'm not accusing it. This is not a gotcha thing. This is for me. I need to know answers to things. I need to know if a horse is bearing in. I can't just put a head pole on. I got to know why he's bearing in. I gotta get answers. Right. Why does Secretariat? He had, I forget, maybe 20 races. He got beat 2 or 3 times by ordinary horses. Why? If everything he has is twice as big, why did he get beat? It's like a heavyweight fighting a middleweight. You're never supposed to lose. Why you get beat? Why? And when he got beat, they gave bullshit reasons. Bullshit reasons. Well, it was humid. One day the track was muddy. It was all bullshit reasons. Now, I want to know why only one time in his life did he come to last quarter as fast as he went to first quarter. Would they change hearts just for that one race? What'd they do? How come? How come when Onion beat him, he beat him impressively? How do you explain the fact that, okay, you have a heart can pump, his heart can pump 90 gallons of blood out every minute. Okay. What about his lungs? What about his lungs? His lungs couldn't handle it. Now, if his lungs can't handle it, something's going to explode in his lungs. The veins and everything else. It's not compatible no more. Everything got to be working together.
In sync.
In sync, yeah. It's not compatible. That's why I'm asking these questions. Now, there were races where he just, but the only race that everybody ever talks about is that race when he went the last quarter as fast as he went to the first quarter, which was never done in the history of thoroughbred racing. I have a whole thing here. I didn't know who was going to come on tonight, so now I always keep things ready, comparing thoroughbred trainers with standardbred trainers, and what the difference in the horses. But I want to know why. I want to know why Carryback won. Anyway, I can't get into all of that stuff because I don't remember too well. But nobody can give me answers, and I think more than, because I tried it. I tried it at Lou Guida's farm. I tried it with Bob Bonney. I tried to go there with, and I did. Not that I tried. I went there to try to measure the lung capacity as best as they could possibly find out with Aaron. Went to Pine Hollow Stud and tried to measure the heart size, the lung size, the throat size, everything. It didn't work. It didn't work. The best out of the bunch was a crooked fucking towed-in shit that we bought for half the price that we paid for the ones that had the biggest hearts and everything else. So I don't really know the answer. If I had a guess, I would guess that a horse with basic conformation, basic size, that has everything right, but has the will, wants to do it, has the will. And that's the only thing. I can't go by when they say, well, Secretary was great, and it was great because his heart weighed 21 pounds compared to the average size of a heart that weighs 10 pounds. But how come you never measured the fucking lungs? How come there's no, when you did the autopsy, why didn't you measure the lungs? It's in a space this big. If you measured the heart, the lungs were there. Why didn't you measure the lungs? So you could say his heart was twice the size and his lungs were twice the size. You know why you can't say that? Because it couldn't be true. Because the cavity is only so big and the lungs had to be smaller because the heart was too big. So what you gained in the heart size, you lost in the lung size. Help me, vets. Help me, guys at the university. They can't answer that. Why didn't they ever measure the lung? They measured everything else on that horse except the lung capacity, lung size. They never measured that. That was the only answer I wanted. And there's no answer for that because he's 16 and a half hands high, and there's a cavity inside the ribs where everything is. Everything is there. There's the heart and lungs and the stomach. Stomach is so big, and the heart is right next to it. But nobody can answer that question. That's why these conversations for me with people that are in that game. That's why I used to love to go to Cornell University. I used to sit and talk with these guys, and there were 2 or 3 of them that were very, very sharp, very, very smart, and it's very, very interesting to me. And I learned a lot in the last 3 days looking up all of this information only to prove my point 15 different ways in 15 different researches and 50 different tests, 15 different things, not just one. Well, that one was done 40 years ago. This one was done 30 years. This was 20. This was just done 2 years ago. So I'm right. So I didn't just go to one. I went to the other. That's why I'm so anxious to see how this thing turns out. But them are all very, very interesting questions. What makes Bojangle that good? What
Larry, let me ask you something. Do you believe that when, as a 2-year-old races more and more and more, his heart gets bigger and bigger?
Well, I believe. Let's see. How do I answer this question? I believe that question just came up. Oh, I'll tell you when it came up. It came up last Wednesday. It came up last Wednesday when I had my friend on the show, and he says that he's a health freak. He's one of these guys that everything right, and his big thing is they should never race 2-year-olds, and his big thing is they should race 4-year-olds. And my whole thing, I try to
3-year-olds, you said
3-year-olds. I try to explain to him that it's only that movement, that concussion, as the yearling and the 2-year-old. If you took a 3-year-old and never trained him before, he would snap his legs. Almost everyone would snap their legs. They don't now. So I got that question answered. But the one that Ron just asked me, does the heart size and the lung capacity grow? I'm sure it grows with the horse. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's a good question and one I should know, but I don't know. I know one thing. I know one thing is that a thoroughbred racehorse, their heart may be 10, 15 pounds, but their brain is 2 pounds. Their brain is smaller than our brain. I don't know when a horse is born. I don't know if he's born with a heart that's 10 pounds. And if that's not true, and I should look that up because I should know that, but I don't. If that's not true, that means when he's first born, because minutes after they're born, they're on their feet, and an hour later they're running. Now, is their heart 10 pounds at that point? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but it's a good question. I don't know.
The only reason I mention it is because Billy Houghton's horse, Annihilator, he never quit with him from 2 to 3 years old. Billy Houghton had a house in Oyster Bay, and he had a huge paddock. So they used to shuttle the horses back and forth, turn them out, a lot. And Billy didn't send Annihilator to Florida with the rest of the horses. He kept them at his house in Oyster Bay. And every Wednesday we would bring him into Roosevelt, and he would jog him and bring him back. One day in January, about 1 o'clock, Alfred Thomas, Apples, called and said, I need a truck here in an hour. We want to take Annihilator and I think it was Pershing Square or chairman of the board. Those two to Florida right now, just the two of them. I said, well, it's that's the only, we only have 2 horses. I don't care if Billy wants them down there right now. The rumor was that he was told that when the horse 2-year-old horse races, the heart gets huge and expands the cavity where the heart is. And when you lay them off, the heart starts to get a little bit smaller. And then when you bring them back, it starts banging back and forth in the cavity. And that can determine the size, how long it takes to bring them back. And for some reason, he believed in that thinking, and the horse never got laid off 100. He never turned him out, so to speak, like for 2-3 months. And then, of course, history tell you what a great 3-year-old he was. But he was a big horse to begin with. But I'm just, what do you think about that?
Well, he trained 300 horses a year. Why did he only do it with that horse?
Well, I think that was the only horse that reached that limit. But I mean, he had other good horses. But I'm just saying that's the only one I know of. I can only answer that question about Annihilator.
I don't know. What kind of I know a kid that played the drums, and he died because when he played the drums, he was so old with his head like this, and he died because his brain kept bumping up against the skull, and he wound up dying.
Right.
So when you say that the heart was bouncing inside the cavity, I believe it all. But there's two things I'm going to check on when we get off of this podcast. I'm going to check on when a horse is born, what size is his heart, and at what age is his heart fully developed? Because I know
Right.
the rest of the horse is not fully developed until they're 6 years old. I know that.
At least 5.
At least 5. Okay. So does the heart still growing at that time? That's a very, very good question. And the same thing with the brain. So, I don't know. The horse's brain is it's only 2 pounds, so it's no big deal. So that, maybe does the brain still grow? I don't know. If all of that happens, I have pictures in here. I have pictures in here that I'll show you. This is just the brain. This is just a 2 pound brain. That's all that is. Them are all the arteries and the veins that go into it. Now here is a picture. Where the hell is it? Here's a picture of the whole horse. I don't know if you can.
Yeah, we can see it.
Can you see all the veins and everything? Every vein that goes to his brain, to his heart.
See the arteries going to the heart.
Yeah. There's his heart and everything right there. Okay. Now, is all of this? Does that heart that you see right there, is it that big when he's born? I don't know.
Can't be. It can't be.
It can't be. So the answer has to be yes. But I don't know. But I'm going to find out.
No, it can't be. The whole body develops over time.
I must have asked 3,000 questions in my life about the anatomy of a horse and everything. I never once asked that question. That's a very good question.
The more exercise the horse gets, the more blood flow, the stronger the heart is going to become, and the lungs. Now, as far as muscle tissue and skeletal, I would say until the horse is 5, they're not fully developed. But as far as organs, I would think by the time they're 3 years old, they're pretty much developed. That would be my opinion. As long as they're exercised and,
Them are good questions. And that Billy story that Ron just told, that's an interesting story.
Larry, I know one thing. I know that the heart is the most important thing that you have, because at church on Sunday, I see all these people going up to the altar, to get communion, and they're on crutches or walkers or this and that, and they're 85, 86, 80. They take 10 pills, but the one thing they all have in common is that they have a strong heart. If you don't have a strong heart, you die at 70 years old, 72 years old, and by a strong heart, you can get that in many ways. I got mine by exercise, and I've been running 45 years. I ran 5:30 this morning, 5 miles.
You're kidding.
And I keep.
How do you answer the question that there's only one thing that controls the heart, and that's the brain? Without the mean the heart don't work? How do you
Well,
answer that?
let me just after all these years, one day in Florida, I went out to. I hadn't run for a couple of weeks. I went out to run. And I got this terrible pain in my chest after 2 miles. So I stopped and I walked back. And the next day I went and it wasn't as bad, but I let it go. And we were leaving to come to New York, and we stopped in Charleston. It was about 80 degrees, 85 degrees, it was hotter than hell. And I was running after one of these rickshaw taxis, those guys that pull the thing. And I ran. There was no problem. I said, "Oh, there's nothing wrong with me." So I came back to New York, and the first day I went right where I run today. It was about 5:45 in the morning, and I got up to the top of the golf course, and there's a telephone pole there. I got this unbelievable pain in my chest. Unbelievable. A lot of people say they think they're having a heart attack. Well, they're not. You will know when you're getting a heart attack. It's like an elephant is stepping on your chest, and you cannot breathe. You're gasping for air.
Right.
The pain is excruciating, like a vice is tight in the pain, and all of a sudden your brain tells you that you're going to have a stroke, you're going to have a heart attack, and you despair. You do despair for a second, but then the good Lord gives you strength, and you keep going. It was so bad, Larry, that I closed my eyes because I didn't want to have to see the whole world disappear in front of me when I dropped dead. I closed my eyes. The pain was horrible, and I kept breathing and breathing. And after a while, it started getting a little bit better and a little bit better. I opened my eyes, and everything was in Technicolor. That's the adrenaline in your body just going completely nuts, right?
Mhm.
And it was painful, and I of course I walked home. That was after about I walked home. I happened to mention it to my wife, and she said, "Oh, you got to be kidding! You better call the doctor right away." So the first day back to work, and 9:30 she called. She said, "Did you call the doctor?" I said, "No, it's the first day back." I said, "Give me a chance." She just went crazy, started screaming, "Call him right now! Call him now!" So I called the doctor, the guy I go to, and um, I told him I wanted to come in and see him, and the nurse said, "Well, he just saw you before you went to Florida. What's your problem?" And I told him. He said, "Come in immediately. Whatever you're doing, stop what you're doing. Come in immediately." So I did. I went there, and he took an EKG. He said, "This is the same as your EKG for 6 years." He said, "I'm going to tell you something right now, right? Um, you get ready. You were getting ready to have a heart attack, to have a stroke. You have a blocked blood vessel. You have a blocked vein going into your heart, right? You have to go right to the hospital in Long Island. Richard Sloffitz, he's like world famous. He did work on Mike Francesa. You ever hear of him? You ever hear of Mike and the
Yeah,
Mad
yeah,
Dog? He
yeah,
did
of
them.
course.
The St. Francis Hospital. You go to of course, you have to go to the emergency room and tell them you're having a heart attack. Otherwise, your insurance, you can't
Yeah.
just say, "I want to go get." And he came in. I told him the story, and he said you have a blocked aorta, and I
Okay.
said, "What happened?" I told him how I was running. I kept doing. He said, "What are you crazy?" But anyway, they had to put a stent in my main aorta. You have going to your heart. You have the one big one, and other little ones. Well, this is called the widowmaker, right? It's
Mhm.
not down at the bottom of all the little veins, right at the very top, right there. So I went. He put a stent in. I woke up in post op. He came in. He said, "Let me tell you something." He said, you cheated the devil out of his dinner. He said, because that vein was closed 99.9%. He said, but your heart was so strong that you were able to pump blood through that 0.1% and kept you going. He said that part when thought you were going to go, he said you were this far away from having a stroke and going into cardiac arrest, and then
Wow.
it's over with, right? He
How
said
long ago was this, Ron?
2012.
Wow.
Yeah, and he said you come the closest to dying. He said most people would be dead, but you aren't because of all these years of running. He said I'm going to go out on a limb and tell you that your heart is very strong. Your heart is like a heart of a 30-year-old. He said your heart is very strong, and that was able to pump blood through that one tenth of a percent. But the minute that thing closes, it's over. The minute that vein closes, just for a split second, you have a stroke and then probably cardiac arrest. But I can't tell you, the experience was so surreal, Joe, because you accept
I could
dying at
imagine.
that. You accept dying. Like I said, first you panic, and then you accept dying. Right then you say, okay,
Right.
that's it for me. Right. I was just waiting for everything to go black. So instead of doing that, I just closed my eyes and accepted it. But then the pain was horrible. I mean, you can't breathe. You ever play sports and somebody kicks you in the kidneys,
Oh boy,
and
you
you
get the
just
wind
drop.
knocked out of you.
Yeah, and
Terrible
like I
feeling.
said, then finally the pain was still bad. I walked home, but everything was in technicolor because, like I said, that adrenaline is pumping like
You got
yeah,
your wake
yeah,
up call, man, and
yeah.
you
So
thank God you listened to your wife.
he said, yeah, thank God, and that doctor that made me go there. But I told the story to the it was like 3 o'clock in the afternoon when I came. I was in post op. And he told me that. He said, don't ever do that again. He said, because you cheated the devil, and it's not going to happen again. He said, but uh, you were very close. And I said to him, so when can I run again? He said, tomorrow morning. Imagine that. Next morning.
Yeah,
And I'm going to tell you something. You can't believe how I felt when I was approaching the top of that hill where the telephone pole
you were
was.
wide open.
And I was looking at it. I was wondering when I get to the top of please don't let me get that feeling again. But no, I went right on by. But that's hard in my mind. That running for 45 years saved my life. Right.
You still
And
run, Ron?
yeah, I do. I did this morning.
That's
I'm not
unbelievable.
proud. I'm not proud to say that it took me an hour and 2 minutes to do the 5 miles. I remember being when I first started running, I don't know, 80
An
something.
hour and 2 minutes.
I used to run in Florida 5 miles in 42 minutes. I used to go out and come back in 42 minutes. Now it takes me an hour and 2 minutes. At least I'm doing it. You
That's
know what I mean? But
unbelievable that you could run 5 miles. I don't think I could run 1 mile.
You
it's,
have no problem with your knees or anything like that?
Not at all. Never had problem with my knees or anything. I met a guy 20 years ago, 30 years. I used to look out my kitchen window. I saw this guy coming by bare chest with a big beard and hair, and I said, "Let me catch up with him." So I did, and I started talking. He used to run 12 miles a day, and he said the secret of keeping your knees and your legs and everything is buy two pairs of running shoes and never run on the cement. Run on asphalt. Cement is much more dense than asphalt is, and the concussion is much less. And the running shoes, it takes 24 hours for them to recover. Now, I don't, like the rubber, you know what I mean? So, you're gonna need a second pair sooner or later. So you buy two, and then you switch on and off every day. And whether that works or not, but I never run on the sidewalk. I always run in the street. A lot of times, you get some scary things. I've had people
Yeah,
like almost blow you off into the side swipe you.
yeah.
But I've always done that, so I never had trouble with my knees. But like I said, I do it. It's not fun, and now it's getting darker every day, and finally it's going to be dark at 5:30 in the morning. Well,
Yeah.
actually, it is dark now, but I'm a true believer in that the stronger the heart, the better off you are. Because if you don't have a good heart, all the pills in the world
Right.
aren't going to work. You have a heart attack and you're gone. You hear people have heart attacks 72 years old. You know,
Oh yeah.
yeah,
I go
and
for nuclear stress tests every year, and
yeah,
I my doctor says you got a good heart. He says you really
yeah.
do.
And like I said, it's very important to keep it that way. And so that's just one of the things. So I try to relate that with horses. They don't have a chance. They don't have a choice whether they get exercise or not. You make them exercise.
Right.
So I'm sure that adds strength to them. But I never forgot. I don't know who told me that story that Billy. I guess he bought into that at the time, and I guess maybe he didn't believe in it 100%, not laying them off, but he figured he'd try it on this one. So he didn't do it on the. No, he didn't. He didn't do it on the other ones, but they all went to Florida.
I would think that as the heart grew, the rest of everything around it grew. The girth size grew, everything grew, so it would grow in proportion.
It
So,
did, but when you
Yeah.
stop exercising, Larry, they say the heart starts to shrink back a little bit.
oh, that's right, you said
So
that.
now you're so that heart is banging around in that cavity, right? And
It's like muscles when you don't use them, they atrophy.
Right.
yeah,
Yeah. You
yeah.
lose muscle.
I'm not saying that that's true. I'm just telling you the story that
That's a good point.
why he
And
went there.
I'm going to
Heart
find
is muscle. Like anything else, you lose. If you don't use it, you lose it.
Yeah.
All right, let me answer these questions here. PM says, Larry, did you ever try to get a hold of Renee or Mickey McNichols to come on the show? Renee won't come on the show. He's just too bashful and shy. He won't come on. Mickey McNichols, I have to get on the show. He's a good friend. He's a good guy, and I will get him on the show. I just got to get somebody to call him and ask him, because I don't ask people to come on because they all have different reasons.
Andy Santaramo and him are best buddies.
Oh, I'm trying to get Andy on. Andy's the first one because Andy calls me a lot and he texts me and I says, "Why don't you come on the show?" And that's the closest I get to ask him. He says,
"How's he doing, Andy? He had heart surgery."
Yeah, he's doing well. He's doing good.
I got to give him a call.
I'll
ask him when I call him this week.
He's going to give you the same bullshit answer he gave me. I don't get incoming
limitations.
Yeah. But ask him when you talk to him, say get him and Mickey together, both of them together.
All right, Larry, could I be on if you have Mickey McNichol?
Absolutely, you'd be on every night.
I just want to be on with him and Michael Chance if you have them. I won't intrude on any of your other guys, but those two I'd like to.
You'll get a link every time I have a podcast. All right, now Jesse Black says Bobby Ches is a member of Mensa. Mensa is the smartest people in the world. Let me run down a couple of these. Mike says, Larry, what was the most amount of races you won in a single year? I know the USTA has only been keeping track of trainers since 1991. Well, I was out of the business, and for all that, I don't know. I have to give this answer. I won the races I had to win. I have no idea of the records when they start keeping them, when they didn't keep them. Somebody just last week put up they put up the driver standings at one racetrack, and I was third leading driver or something. I have no clue. I don't remember. I don't know. I have no idea. During that time, there was a block of time. In the beginning years, I was cut off quickly. The best years of my life in the horse business were from 79 until 84. It was only 4 years. In them 4 years, I grew from nothing into something, and as soon as I got to something, they barred me for life. It was the middle years when Slutsky, with his help, and because I could use his name and everybody knew I was with him, I got away with a lot of stuff. So from 71 until 1978, I got away with murder. And whenever I had a horse that couldn't lose, he lost. It was because I was gambling. I was doing all the things I shouldn't have been doing. So
Slutsky was your chin.
My record means absolutely nothing, whether it be good or bad. Okay. PM, Joe, if Pompano was still open, do you think you would have gotten back in the business in some way? Don't worry. Do you think you would have gotten back in the business in some way?
When I first came down here, I moved down here, I did race a couple of horses here, but there's no money here, and everything is so expensive that, I was used to buying a bale of hay from the local farmer for $4. I buy 1,000 bales off him. He deliver them to me. I came to Florida. They were getting the hay out of Canada. It was costing me $12, $14 a bale. This is back in 2011. Mm-hmm. And the feed was expensive. Everything was expensive. And a 20 claimer in New York was racing for, $12,000 at the time. You come to Pompano, they were racing for $7,000. And the 20s in Pompano were better than the 20s in New York. So, you couldn't make money down here. It was very difficult. So,
all right, Francis. Oh, Francis says, good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Francis.
Pretty Francis. Look at how pretty she is.
Yes,
pretty.
She is.
I'm going to tell everybody out here a secret. Francis and Joe had a nice conversation the other day.
Oh, Larry.
Steve says, Bobby Ches lost to Holyfield. Yeah, that was the fight that Bobby couldn't see. They had to stop the fight, I think, that he couldn't see. And they says that they proved that the trainers, Holyfield's trainers put some Tabasco sauce or something on the gloves. But Holyfield's, I mean, he's not a real. He's not. He only weighs like maybe 210, 220, but he's
not much bigger than me. I got a picture of him about 2 years ago. He came to the market where I'm at.
But he's got to be he's a tough guy.
He's a tough guy. He's a you know
You
what I told him? He started laughing.
What?
He said, "Champ, come on over here. Let me get a picture of you." I said, "Otherwise, I'm going to kick your ass in front of everybody." And he started laughing. He says, "Come on." He came over. He put his arm around me. No, I put my arm around him, and we got a picture.
Gary D says, "I think 150 and up is considered a genius IQ." That's Bobby Ches. Bobby Ches is a brilliant, brilliant guy. I should have him on the show again after he does. I should call him up. I've just been so busy. Okay, Jerry, 48 watching, 10 likes. Give Larry a shot. 48 watching. Okay, we need harness racing in the state of Florida. That ain't gonna happen. Sundance, do you ever meet Richie Allen, Hall of Famer of the Phillies? He owned a few horses at Pompano. Howard Lieberman, Larry, be careful. Stopping medication on your own is dangerous. Careful, my friend. Side effects can be managed. What you're doing is risky. Yeah, but look. I know. I think the doc. Well, I shouldn't say it. I think the doctor overdid it, but I think all I really needed was ivermectin. I think.
And your blood pressure. That's important.
And my blood pressure and my blood pressure pills, because my blood pressure did go up 3 days after I stopped taking it. So I went right back on the blood pressure, and I went back on the ivermectin. So now I'm going to wait to see if my blood pressure is like if the cancer thing is 000, then maybe I'll probably stop all medication, because it's not fun. There's so many things I have to do. There's so many things I want to do, and I have to be. I can't be like I am now. I'm like a walking zombie. See how I am now. This is the best I am all day, and it's not fun. It's a struggle. It's a struggle for me, because I was always an active guy, and I don't like feeling that way. But if it's going to save my life, I'm going to feel that way. I will adjust to it, just like I do with anything else. But I'm going to wait until I'm going to try to hang on until the end of October. I go for the blood test. And after that blood test will tell me I'll either stop.
Just stay on until then and see how that goes.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
The other thing with your blood pressure, it really affects your kidneys a lot. You always think it's just
my kidneys are screwed up because the doctor. Do you know that when I was in the horse business, I don't think I drank a glass of water in a week for all 60 years.
Dehydrated.
I know. And the doctor, when I start going to this doctor about 20 years ago, he says to me, "How much water do you drink?" I says, "I don't ever drink." So he says, "You got to drink water. You have a problem with your kidneys." And I still don't ever drink. I'm starting to drink now, but I do have a problem with my kidneys, and that's what the problem I have now. But look, I'm sure whatever I have, I'll die of something else other than kidney or cancer.
Larry, did you have 2 water buckets in the stall of your horses?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, all the time.
And why did you do that?
To hydrate your horses, make sure.
Yeah.
Right?
And I was just going to say, for the horses, you're on top of it, but for yourself, you're not.
I'm getting hit with logic now, boy.
If you took care of yourself like you took care of your horses, you'd be running with Ron 5 miles.
I know. But that's another thing. When I was with the horses, I never ate. I went right through lunch. I never left the barn. I just
usually eat after the races.
Yeah.
grab something quick in the track kitchen, and then after the races, we go to Gamma or the diner across the street. Or
Oh, here's one for Ron.
Yeah, we answered that, Larry.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Howard Liebman in on planet-based food.
plant-based.
Lentils a lot and natural food. Yeah. Well, that's what probably kept me up to live this way because like I said
Your
earlier,
mother's lentils.
my mother made lentils in Monday and we ate them till Wednesday or Thursday.
Very healthy.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Sundance. Freddie, really? That's great. Oh, she's answering one of his. Here's a question for Joe. Have you seen the ridiculous new ads for the new COVID vaccines for those over 60? I hope people will reject this lunacy. I just got my flu shot today.
Yeah, I got a flu shot. My doctor told me to get a flu shot. As far as the COVID shot, I did have it. I did take it twice when we had the pandemic. I took the Moderna one, I believe it was. That was supposed to be the best one. But after what my daughter tells me, she's the head nurse at Stanford Hospital, they do not believe in it. All the doctors and nurses, 90% of them don't believe in it. Too many bad effects. And you know what? Ivermectin cured 90% of those COVID cases, and they wouldn't let you use it.
That's
It's
right.
terrible.
That's right, Joe. That's right.
They wouldn't let you use it. They let people die because they were getting money to put them on the ventilators.
Joe, first of all, it wasn't even a
Horrible.
vaccine. Well, it's not.
What's that?
It wasn't even a vaccine.
No,
It
it
wasn't even a
wasn't.
vaccine. What it is mainly made up of prednisone, which is a steroid.
Right.
And prednisone is called a prodrug, which is the worst in the world because it never does anything until it reacts to the kidney. It reacts in the kidney, and the kidney, right, metabolizes in the kidney, and it comes out as a pure steroid.
Right.
Right.
The fast acting.
And and why do they ban steroids in humans? Because it speeds up the life process, right? If you're
Right.
going to get cancer when you're 90, you're going to get it when you're 70, right? If you're going to get some kind of a tumor when you're 85, you get it when
You're
it
65.
speeds up the
Right,
life
yeah.
process. That's why weightlifters use it. I mean, we all did. We used to lift weights, right?
Anabolic steroids anyway.
Right. You would work your upper body until your biceps were sore, right? Now you couldn't work them the next day because you needed time for that muscle tissue that broke down to heal, right? So
Right.
you'd work out your lower body, right? But
Right.
when you're on the anabolic steroids, the muscle tissue heals in one day. So
Right.
you can work the upper body every single day, right?
It's a catalyst. It's a catalyst for growth and healing.
Right. That's why you see those weightlifters got freaking pineapples stuck on their arms, right?
Yeah.
Right.
But then sometimes 5 years later you see shriveled prunes walking around.
That's
It's
right.
scary
right.
when they
It
break
just
down.
speeds up the life process, and if there's something bad down the road, it brings it out.
Yep. Yep.
Eric says that Miller will indeed break Campbell's record, but no way, in my opinion, Miller on same class as Campbell. That's his opinion. Okay. Let's see. Francis, hi, Sundance. Eric, last year I had a guy walk into me at the mall while he was fixated on his phone. The phone dropped into pieces and he expected me to pay him. Police just laughed at him. Okay, Mike. Eric Campbell is without question one of the greatest of all time, but Miller is an incredible driver as well. Campbell still has other records that won't be broken anytime soon, like Six Hambo wins. Eric, Mike, there's Michael Jordan, Will Chamberlain, Leon, LeBron James may break records, but no way in same class as those two. Same thing as Campbell and Miller. Well, okay. We could have a show. We could have, we could have, if we had 20 trainers on here and 20 drivers, I think they'd have a lot would agree with that, but there's so many guys you're leaving out. There's so many really really good guys, talented guys, and not taken away from Campbell. Like I said, his locker was right next to mine, and I seen him come in with them metal braces on his knees, and I seen him lift into race bikes, and I seen him drive with the best guys in the world, with some of the worst horses in the world. All the ones he has were on cream puffs, but he was great. But I could name 15, 20 drivers right now that if positions were reversed, things would, the records of the horses that they drove would stay the same, I believe. Mike says, Eric, Miller is still an incredible driver. Campbell is without question top 3, but you're going to put Miller in top 10. Campbell still has other records that won't be broken, like 6 Hambos. Just think how great. Just think how good. We'll just get one guy. I could probably name 5. But just think if Michael LeChance did what Hervé did and what Cat Manzi did, drive at 2 different racetracks every day.
Say that. 20 races a day.
And for the last bunch of years, LeChance didn't drive during the winter months. But just think, if LeChance did what Hervé did and what Catello Manzi did, who would ever catch him? Who would ever catch him? And Michael LeChance didn't have Hervé's work habits. I mean, Hervé, like I said, if Hervé had 20,000 wins, he could have had 40,000 wins.
Without a doubt.
If Michael LeChance did the same thing that Hervé did, he'd have 40,000 wins, and he would probably hold all. I don't know, but you can't keep making these. In my opinion, was Campbell great? Absolutely. Was there's 10, 15 guys that when you really had a I mean, I don't know, but
there's a lot of great drivers, but some just get a few more breaks than the other one. It doesn't mean they were that much better. They got a few more breaks.
Okay, let's see. Oh, Gregory Peck is here. Larry, several top horsemen told me you were a very good horseman. Well, thank you, Gregory Peck.
How you doing, Greg?
He's gonna be on Thursday, I think. I think he's coming on Thursday with the guy's very smart. The guy's very, 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 very sharp. But me and him, the last thing that he said on Thursday's show before he left, he was talking about Lasix. And I says, look, I agree with half of what you said, but the other half we're gonna have a conversation about that, but not tonight. And I don't think I'm going to do it next week neither, because I have something in the works. I don't want to screw anything up. And but we're going to have that conversation. I just find it amazing that in fact, I put it in the book. I put it in the book that $735 million is going to 2 different veterinarians to find out the effects of Lasix.
How much?
I wasn't going to put it in the book, and I just put it in the book.
You said 735 million? Can't be.
1,000, yeah. Can you see this? Can you read that?
No.
You can't see it?
No, read it to me. Read it to me. What does it say?
Kaiser will spend 2 years and $773,500 to study Lasix and its future.
Okay.
And the
That's
guy,
not million. You said 1,000 is reasonable. Million, you said million. That's why I said what? You meant 1,000, not million.
yeah, but I could send him one page in this book, and
No, no, I know. You do it for nothing. Give me 40,000, I'll tell you.
okay. Well, thank you, Gregory. See you Thursday. Okay, let's see this one. Son, the 53 watching. Surprised anybody's watching. They don't usually watch at night. They watch the next morning. The next morning you get up, there's 300-400 watching. The next day there's 500. They don't watch at night. Everybody got to go to work. Mike, Eric, like the NBA, you have different players that were great at different things. Number 1, Michael Jordan. 2, Kobe. 3, Magic. What about Larry Bird? Harness drivers, 2, make it a toss-up between Herb Case and Campbell. Well, Jesus Christ, I could name 3 right after that. And it'd be, what about, oh, God. You know, Benny Webster, if the public really knew about Benny Webster and the talent that he had, and a lot of the trainers knew, especially at the Meadowlands, everybody knew he was hooked up with Babe and this and that. He was a good friend. He's a good friend and a good guy and a fun guy and a great driver that I would put him up against anybody if he didn't have the habits that he had. And he was just great. But there's so many guys like that when I don't understand how you could. Now, would I put Hervé at the very top of the list? I don't know. I don't know. I was in races at Freehold for 3 solid months. You were given you walk in a paddock, you were given an envelope, a piece of paper like this. The third race, this will settle up at the diner down on Route 9, whatever the diner was. Okay? He could have been leading driver every year at every track he ever went to. The guy had 30, 40, 50 horses himself. He had horses with other trainers. He had horses. One year he gave me 30 horses. He says, here's one of these horses you'll win 5 in a row with. The other ones just back down in class and then we'll switch. He had so many things going for him. So was he a great driver? Absolutely. But how do you put Walter Case and leave out Michael LaChance? How do you put in Walter Case and leave out Benny Webster? How do you leave out O'Donnell? How do you leave out Catello Manzi? How do you leave out? You know, I don't know. I can't because I raced with them. I seen things. I seen things when you hear when the wheels are scraping. I see how guys react. Some get out about that, and other guys is just say, look, it's okay because I know that you know what you're doing, and we won't let it get further than this. And some guys just panic. What are you doing? And they But when you're in a bunch of guys, you're racing fractions of inches apart.
And their feelings.
You know when rubber hits rubber, the noise it makes. You know all of that, and you see the reactions of these guys, and you know that's Benny Webster there. He knows what he's doing. He knows where he's at. He knows where that wheel is, and you're okay. But if you have a Donald Duck, somebody there, and the wheel is right underneath you, you got to say, hey, buddy, you better pull on that right line a little bit, or language a little stronger. But when you're in with a group of guys, and you see all of this, you think everything going into that first turn at 38, 40 miles an hour, especially on a half-mile track, there's not lumps and bumps and all of that stuff. There is. But each one knows that And there's a lot of times, especially out in Monticello with these young drivers, you know, you don't have, you're a little careful. Instead of riding right on the guy, instead of riding right on his wheel or right on the frame, he's a brand new driver. Just give him room till you see how he is. And some guys you just got to stay away from. But so it's so hard when you put three guys up there, and I'm sure Mike, this guy who asked this question, and Eric, they're all good guys. But I just like I said when they say Kobe and Magic, what about Larry Bird? I mean, what about Larry Bird? I think if you ask any one of these guys up here that you mentioned, Larry Bird would say, no, he belongs in this group too. So I don't know. I don't know. All I know is that maybe in other sports there's 3 or 4 in each team that stand out. I don't think that's the case in harness racing, because when you get the list of guys driving at, let's just say, the Meadowlands and Yonkers, they're special, and I can't separate them like you could. To me, if you want to put Hervé and Michael Jordan and that's at that level, that's fine. But there's 2 or 3 guys that Hervé can come down a notch, and I happen to think he's one of the best because I seen him do unbelievable things. I seen the guy drive 3-4 horses in a race. I seen him name his position. You know how fucking hard that is? How hard that is, race after race, and say, okay, bet these on top. Yeah, but where you're going to be, it's a trifecta race. Where you're going to finish? I'm going to finish 3rd. Okay. Well, it wasn't on here. Well, you should know that. Okay. Where's he finished? 3rd. After choreographing the whole race. And this is race after race. This is after the gate leaves. Take that hold. Get that hold. Come out here. Just sit there. Don't worry. Just sit there. You'll have plenty of room. That's all you hear in a race with Hervé.
I could hear him talking right now.
Yeah. Just stay there. You'll be okay. That's it. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. And then he blocks you. And then if somebody recognizes what's going on, he very, very sharp. So maybe he belongs at the top spot because he was good.
He was the greatest director.
He was good at choreographing. He was good at driving. He was good at training. He was good at everything. And he had a great personality. And he'd make jokes about it. And
he was a funny guy.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. I agree. Ron is a great asset to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Thank you very much. It's nice of you to say that.
I'm not just saying this. The first couple of times Ron come on to the show, everything when I woken up the next morning, I don't know who this. You got to have him back. You got to have him back.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Larry.
I think I told you that.
And again, thanks, Steve.
I told you, Ronnie, the first time you went on, I told you you'd be great on the show. Just in the conversations we had on the phone, with your knowledge, I says, Ronnie, come on.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, you tried to get me to come on. You're right. Thank you.
Yeah. And,
okay.
Now Mike, you enjoy it, right?
Yes.
Mike says, Eric, Mike is talking to Eric now. Eric, with a young horse in a big race situation, I'm taking Campbell all day on a half-mile track with a lazy 30-1 shot. I'm taking Case. All around horseman and conservative driver. I'm taking all around horseman and conservative driver. All right, he has a good point. But you see, one day I had a long talk with Hervé. We were in the diner, and I tried to get him. I knew he was in trouble. I knew they got him on wiretaps with Gotti's daughter's husband. That guy that had the junkyards. I know they had him on them wiretaps. And I says to him, we had a long conversation. And I tried to get him to get involved. I had a guy in the stock market on the floor, and he created penny stocks and this and that. And he says, look, if you can get this done, we'll make millions of dollars. So I met with Hervé, and I told Hervé, I says, look, I says, I could make you more money than you can lose in Atlantic City. I says, here's what we're going to do. You give me your PR guy that has all your information. He had a guy. In fact, the guy robbed him, but he had a guy. I says, and we're going to create a situation where you're going to go into the I think it was you're going to go into thoroughbred racing. You're going to be a trainer at thoroughbred racing, and we're gonna put all your stats up. You have more wins than any thoroughbred trainer. You have more wins driving than any thoroughbred jockey. You have this, you have this, you have this, and this. And this guy says, with all this information, we're going to raise hundreds of millions of dollars for your racing stable. Now, you're going to be the trainer. I'm going to be your partner. And we're going to be three-way. We're going to manage the stable. We guys are going to manage the stable. And that's where you're going to be the listed as trainer until you get caught and go to jail. But once we do this, we'll already have everybody in place, and then me and the other guy will take over, the guy from the stock market, and you'll always have plenty of money. And he was going to do it, but he wind up getting in trouble and losing his license before that happened. But during this period of time when I was dealing with him, trying to put this together, he talked about Walter Case. And what I got out of it was, now don't get me wrong, this is not me. This is Hervé. He says that he says, yeah, I was in a lot of races with him. He says, but every time it came to these championship races, where was he? I had no answer. I said, okay. He says, is he okay? Yeah, he's okay. Where was he when it counted? I don't know. I know that when he came to Monticello, the first track that he came to down here was Monticello. And I heard from Charles Sutsky that there's this hot shot coming down, but they say that he's really a good driver. He's a small kid. He's a young kid. He's very, very aggressive. And he drives for his uncle, his father. He has all relatives. They put him on the best horses all the time, and he's right down the road. All right, but he's going to come here. So I used to be with Sutsky every morning for breakfast. He called Ralph Swalski who was the race secretary, and he says to Ralph, he says, Walter Case is coming here. I just gave him 5 stalls, I think, and he put them in my barn. And he says, call every trainer of the best horse in every race. He says, and put him on the best horse in every race. Okay, so the guy won 4 or 5 races that night. Is that so hard to do? I mean, I think if me or you was put on the best horse in every race and blindfolded one eye, we'd win the same amount of races. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Now, I'm not saying that Walter Case is not a great driver, but when you say that people, he has the best hands in the business, he was this, he was that, he can keep a horse live. I must have watched 100 races with Walter Case where he got beat down the stretch. Well, what does that mean? He's not a good driver. What does any of that mean? It means that if I'm handicapping a race and Benny Webster is on the best horse and Walter Case is on the second best horse, I'm betting on Benny Webster. And there's a good shot that I bet on Benny Webster, who's on the second best horse. So I don't know. Is Walter Case that good? I watched him. I was in races with him. I watched. Was he good? Does he belong in the top 10 to 20? Yeah, absolutely. He was good. Did he have an edge? Absolutely. When you talk about, well, Campbell, he's put on all the best horses. And Joe DeFrank sent for all of these guys, and Doherty helped him, and Ray Remen helped him, and everybody. And before you know it, he got a lot of things done. He got a lot of favors done, meaning Campbell and them guys. But so did everybody else. But the guys, so did Hervé. Hervé called all the shots at Liberty Bell and Brandywine for a lot since he was 5 years old.
You know what the difference was, Larry? you know, racing on a half-mile track with guys like Hervé and Insco and Gilmore, and Chapman and Abatello, LaChance, they were all strategic drivers. They drove for position. They knew when to make a move. They knew when not to make a move. Walter was so unorthodox. He broke all the rules. You know, he broke every rule in harness racing. He did things that would make anybody else get beat. But for some reason, he kept the horses alive, and he did get a lot of the horses, but very unorthodox and very different and exciting for the fans. That's why they promoted him. You know, he would make crazy moves and win. You know, meanwhile, Hervé would sit nice and easy, and instead of winning by 10 lengths, he won by a half a length. So,
well,
he was just a different style driver.
He was very no. There was a guy that drove just like him. There was a couple that drove like him. One was Bobby Frame from years and years back, and then the latest one was the black kid,
Lou Williams.
Lou Williams. He wasn't unique, but when you have relatives that when you have a lot of help, and hey, look, if they have elimination races, and let's say there's 5 elimination races for the $1 million final, and you're down on every horse in every one of them elimination races, you're going to abuse the shit out of them. You're going to do everything to find out who the best was, because no matter what happens, if this one gets beat, you're going to pick the other one. So in the same thing in overnights. You put me on this horse, I'm going to drive him like he's the best. That's what Walter Case did. Drove every horse like he was the best. But because of the reputation that he had, and because of everything that you says, that when he got beat on a horse, there was always another one to take a place, and he had that reputation. Don't put a horse that he's gonna razoo him. Life expectancy with Walter Case driving is half the time.
Without a doubt.
So there's reasons for everything. It's bad enough that life expectancy when the Meadowlands first opened was half the horse. Everybody used to start 40 times, and the Meadowlands cut that down with a mile racetrack. So everything changes. Now, I don't want to come down on Walter Case. The poor guy, thank God he's getting better and everything else. Was he a great driver? Yes.
Absolutely.
But when you put him in a category, he's all by himself, and like Mike says, on a lazy horse on a 30-to-1 shot, yeah, he'd wake a 30-to-1 shot up, and he'd be in front until halfway down the stretch, and then he'd be making all these maneuvers and everything else, and then when he get back to the paddock, he'd throw the lines at the guy and say, "Drop him in company." You know, so what's the difference? He'll get him there. Is he going to win?
Larry, I don't think you can make a real distinction between some of these drivers. If you look at the Meadowlands pace, where Mike LaChance drove Real Desire, and Better's Choice, and Campbell drove Real Desire. If you watch that race, at the end of the race, I don't think you can tell me which driver was better. Campbell happened to win, but LaChance made the right moves to get to the top, and Campbell made the right moves to get behind him. And in the stretch, he just got up to beat him. I think that was just the horse that did that. But those guys made the best move and made the right choice. It just so happens that Campbell was on the better horse. So those two are so close together. I think at that time it's hard to say. I mean, it's very hard to separate people that are great. If you're great, you're great, right?
All right, here's a lot of these guys are horsemen here that are calling in. It says nobody mentions Buddy Gilmore. I'll mention Buddy Gilmore. I knew him
before.
I knew him. I knew Buddy Gilmore very, very, very well. He was another talented guy that just like LaChance and just like Hervé. They were 7 years old. They were driving horses, and they were talented. Out of the 3 brothers, that he had, he was the most talented, and he was gifted. Was he any better than the top guys that any one of us could name? No. Was he better on a half-mile track? Yeah. Why? Because he was an aggressive kind of guy. He was an aggressive driver, like Lou Williams and like other
Case.
guys, like Case, and yeah. But Benny Webster was good. Benny Webster was a friend of mine. In fact, Benny Webster went to jail the first time because of a girl I fixed him up with. So I mean, I'm talking about Gilmore, my buddy Gilmore. I knew him well. I raced in races with him. He also had his and I have to say this. He was another one that probably he crossed the line a couple of times, and the beatings he got showed it. And Shuttleworth didn't leave New York because he missed
Home.
Buffalo. Yeah. So there's so much that goes behind the scenes, and if people really knew,
Jimmy Marone, the same thing.
if people really knew the whole story,
Black's Raceway Motel.
about what went on during them days in Yonkers and Roosevelt. I know, and I have a guy that sits next to me sometimes that's on here. He's on here right now. I see his name right now. That created the whole thing. I know the names. I know what they did. I know how they did. I know everything. It'll never get said. It'll never get said. But when you know this and say, well, Benny, when was the last time Benny was leading driver any place? There's reasons for that. But you're going to tell me in an up and up race that Walter Case will outdrive Benny Webster? You ask me, that's impossible. It's impossible. And that's Benny Webster, somebody that never even puts in the top 10. That's Benny Webster, because he was great. He was great. But so is all the rest of them. But you can't. I can't anyway. Let's go.
There's just so many good guys. You can't even compare them.
And then they say that these new kids are the best ever. Who knows, right?
They gotta prove that.
Gregory Peck says D. Wayne Lucas. The only thing I know about D. Wayne Lucas, I hung out in the barn with oh God, what the hell was his name? That little short guy with the hat. Another Hall of Fame thoroughbred trainer, Scotty.
Schuhofer.
No. Oh shit, what was his name? He had a girl second trainer for him. Oh God, he won a ton of races. Little guy, Scott. I forgot. Anyway, I stayed there. That's what I used to do. I never went to the races. I used to go from barn to barn. As soon as I got done, I go from barn to barn to just watch and watch. I would go to every barn when everybody left, and I look at their board, their training board. How they train, what horses, what they did, how many days they gave them off after a race, how'd they get them ready for a race? Was there anything different? 99 and 9/10 of them was the same. It was the same. It's just that you could take a photograph of that, and it never changed. So when you see a guy like Gregory Peck, who's a very sharp guy, mentions D. Wayne Lucas, I can only say this: all of these guys started off in with the quarter horses. D. Wayne Lucas had a big edge right from the very beginning. He come from a very, very wealthy family. Never needed nothing, never got anything he wanted to do. And if you don't think that D. Wayne Lucas was attached to some of these guys that had an edge, you're wrong. And I know that. Now, once you get that edge that nobody else has, you become you become one of the leading guys. Once you become leading guys, everybody attracts to you, comes to you, and you just get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and that's what happens. Now, if I took, and this is a stupid question, but if I took D. Wayne Lucas and brought him in a standardbred barn and threw a bunch of equipment down, he wouldn't know how to put the equipment on a horse. But that's a stupid question because nobody showed him how to. The only thing he knows how to put on, he wouldn't know how to put on a pair of hobbles. Well, what the fuck is this? He wouldn't know. So that's not fair. But what's fair is you say this horse is crossfiring. What you can do? What's crossfire? Spend a month here, and you'll understand what crossfire is. Get a trotter that hits his elbows, and at the same time he hits his shins and his hocks, and straighten this out, and let him understand all of that. It's a whole lot different. It's a whole lot different than having a lot of money, buying the best horses every year, and create a schedule that the whole fucking thoroughbred industry follows the same schedule. It's nothing special. It's not that he jogs them 15 miles a day and all the rest on the jog. It's none of that. It's the same fucking procedure. Okay? Now it comes to, well, if it's same, I have it right here. I have this whole fucking thing here. In fact, I should read. In fact, let me read it. It'll only take a minute. Today I'm going to answer a few questions that came my way pertaining to and comparing thoroughbred and standardbred horses and trainers, jockeys, drivers of each, and why. I think standardbred trainers and drivers are superior to thoroughbred trainers and jockeys. The first thing you should know is that horses have 4 natural gaits: the walk, the trot, the canter, and the gallop. A walk sets a natural pace of 3 to 4 miles per hour. The trot 8 to 12 miles per hour. The canter 10 to 17 miles per hour. The gallop 25 to 40 miles per hour. Thoroughbreds race at a natural gait. Therefore, the task of the thoroughbred trainer is just conditioning, rigging, and to recognize lameness and treatment of lameness, and to keep a horse sound both in body and mind. The task of a standardbred trainer is to train, condition, rig a horse to race at speeds exceeding 30 miles an hour using a gait that is not natural at that speed, whether it be a trot or a man-made gait, the pace. And also to recognize lameness, treat lameness, and keep a horse sound both body and mind. Thoroughbred trainers send their yearlings to training facilities to be broken and trained down close to race time. Standardbred trainers break their yearlings and get to the races themselves. Feet and shoeing and rigging equipment. Now we'll talk about the pros and cons of both divisions of racing. I won't continue anything more. But what I'm saying is that when you compare a standardbred trainer, and why I say that, when you compare a standardbred trainer to a thoroughbred trainer, I say that there's no contest, but it's really not fair because they were never given the chance. Lucas was never given the chance to be a standardbred trainer. He was just never given a chance. I know one thing. Alan Sewell was a pretty good thoroughbred trainer. He couldn't make it in harness racing. He couldn't get a horse from stop him from crossfiring if his life depended on it. And he's my friend. But it was things like that got him out of the business. It's just too much. Too much you have to know. And to know these things takes time. And during that time, you usually don't make money. And during that time, you just grow it. With a standardbred business, you could be like Joe, the guy I had on my show. Never go to a fucking sale, get lucky, buy a horse, and all of a sudden you win the Meadowlands Pace. And you just got lucky. In the thoroughbred business, you just have to deal. You just have to deal in numbers. You don't see. I remember when I first got there was a guy Juan Saray. Juan Saray. Once a week, he got 5 cc's, 10 cc's of 10 cc's of water-based testosterone, water-based hormones, testosterone, okay? 10 cc's. Every one of his horses walked into the paddock on their hind legs, every single one. This is when they was testing just for 7 basic things, okay? He was a leading trainer. All of these leading trainers, every one of them became leading trainers till that special ELISA tests were coming out, and now there's more sophisticated tests. Woody Stevens was the guy that I was trying to mention before, the guy, the small guy, Woody Stevens. I went to his barn. Everybody raved about Woody Stevens. I used to sit right across and just watch everything he did. I remember Scott Lake in Delaware. He was the leading trainer. And I used to sit there for hours and just watch him. I was at the barn right down from watch him. What did he do that was different? Nothing. He had an edge. They were using certain stuff. That's why when he came to New York, everybody knew what he was doing. He was doing what him and Iwinski got away with at Delaware Park. There's reasons for all of these things. There's reason why that girl, what was her name? The girl driver that was, everybody said she was the greatest in the world. What the fuck's her name?
B. Farber.
B. Farber. She's the greatest in the world and everything else. Well, I investigated that whole thing too.
A lot of stories there.
Yeah, she wasn't the greatest in the world, but she had an edge, a big edge, and it was in the form of syringe. In fact, it was disgusting. She bedded her horses on dirt, hardly ever fed them the right thing. They were skin and bones, all full of ribs and everything else. But what they gave them, they thought they were on cloud 9, and she just win and win and win. And I had a conversation with her when somebody introduced me when I was in Pompano Park in the little dining room there, that little area there where a lot of guys stayed. They interested her and said, Larry, I'm going to introduce you to the best woman driver in the whole world and everything else. And then she sat down, instead of keeping her mouth shut, figuring that somebody has her figured out. She started like bragging, but yeah, I was just born with this talent. I could, once you put her in a place like that, if I don't respond, that means I'm letting you know like I'm a fucking jerk off or don't. So I have to respond to that. And I have to say that just.
I would have loved to have been there.
Yeah, have another drink. Just have another drink and slow down, because I've been around a long time. I'm glad you're doing good, but just slow down, because I can give you a horse, and you can give me a horse. Well, give me your worst horse. I'll give you my worst horse and see what happens. But we'll stable them in a barn where neither one of us can get to them. I said, so please let's not go there. Let's just have a couple of drinks and have a good time, and there'll be professional courtesy when we're out on a racetrack together. But don't stay there and say you were just born with this talent. No, your husband, who's fucking twice as old as you, found something that there's another trainer that what the hell was his name? A big fat guy. He couldn't win a fucking race in his life. All of a sudden, he became the leading trainer for 2 or 3 meets.
I know who you mean. The guy from Maine or something, Belcher.
I don't remember. All of a sudden,
Bobby Belcher.
I don't remember. I can't remember his name. No, I don't think it was his name that started with an S. But all of a sudden, he got a positive test. They were freezing a couple of tests. He got a positive test, and he couldn't win the rest of his life. He wound up getting out of the business. There's in it. That's why when you talk about leading guys, why does who's the leading driver in harness racing? One of the leading trainers. He don't drive. He had his father. What?
Ron Burke.
No. Way before that. He had his father. They come from Australia. The leading guy.
Brett Pelling.
Who?
Brett Pelling.
Brett Pelling. Okay. Brett Pelling, very, very good horseman. As was his father. Very, very good horseman. Very, very sharp. But in the 60s, they had a tremendous edge that nobody even knew about. So now the father comes here, very successful. The son comes here, becomes leading driver. And for 10 years, he had a run and nobody could figure it out. They eventually figured it out. And some guys that figured it out, like Joe here, he figured it out.
Who do you think won more races, me or Brett Pelling?
Well, I don't know. What do you want? Brett Pelling was around probably longer than you. So, well, no, maybe not. Maybe not, because Brett Pelling was around. But Brett Pelling, the minute they caught him, he left the country.
Yeah.
He left the country. He didn't fight. He knew he was wrong. He got caught. He did the smart thing. Rather than spend millions like I did on lawyers and trying to beat the unbeatable, he left the country. He left the country, went there, and come back years later when the whole entourage, everybody changed.
Yep.
And he come back, and now he's one of the leading guys again, because he's a good horseman. He's a very, very sharp guy. Now, you put a guy as sharp as he was with a father that was sharp, with the edges that they had that nobody else back then, they didn't know what a fucking milkshake was back in the fucking 60s and 70s.
Right.
They had no idea. But the father knew, and the son knew, and they could probably tube a horse. In fact, the father made it, and they put it in such a thing where if you got one of them 100cc syringes, the metal ones, you could do it that. But that was a sloppy way. But they probably put a tube down the horse's stomach with their eyes closed on the wing of a plane. So when you say he was the greatest trainer, it just so happens that he was an excellent trainer. But there's other guys that I could name. Whatever happened to Nick Zito? Whatever happened to him? I mean, here's a guy that won a bunch of major races. Now he can't win a $3,000 claiming race. Well, why? Why? The edge is gone. When you lose the edge is gone. It's just like I always say. I thought I was good looking until I ran out of money. It's gone. The money's gone. The girls are gone. When you have the money, you think you're a good-looking guy. Oh, I got a Brioni suit. I got this. I got my 3-carat diamond pinky rings and everything, and I got all the beautiful girls. I got pictures all over the place with me with girls hanging all over me. Where the fuck are they when where are they? And I just heard somebody say that you know who your true friends are when you go to hell. Who follows you into hell? That's what Joe Murata told me at the table in Angelo's.
We ain't gonna let you go there.
Well, I'm just saying that it's very hard when you get into these when you're in when people that are in the game but on the fringes, you don't know. You don't know. Do you know what I had to do? Do you know what I had to do to get Hervé to agree
with MMF?
And never fuck with him. I says, Hervé, this horse, he's in C2. That's the cheapest you can get. I think C2. Yeah, C2.
Yeah, C2.
C2. I says, he'll win all the way up to the free-for-all trot. All the way. He'll win every race. He'll win 10, 11 races, and if they go higher, he'll win. You have to promise me. You have to promise me that you won't fuck around.
No
because
games.
Gotti owns this horse. I'm putting the bets in right across the street. You can come with me. Frankie Loke gets the bets. He calls up John Gotti. This guy here with the dark eyes, you'll be put in your fucking trunk. Trust me. All I need from you is
you
two.
Don't have to talk to me. You don't have to tell me that.
Play 2 horses behind them. And win every week with this horse, and you'll never have a fight. So, and
you met him at Venezia de Notte.
What?
Right?
I
met
didn't
him
hear
at Venezia de Notte.
Yeah.
You used to meet him at Venezia de Notte.
Yeah, the restaurant, right off the
restaurant.
Major Deacon. It was the Major Deacon.
Yeah. Right.
But that's how Hervé was, and that's how Benny Webster was, and that's how a lot of other guys was. So I know this. So when I hear these stories that he's this and he's that and he's this and he's that and Henry Filion was better than Hervé Filion, give me a break. You got to know the whole story. So the bottom line is they were all great. I can't separate them because I can't separate. The only time I know that they were really for real was maybe, and don't forget when the Meadowlands first opened, they had, I think, 12 or 13 races that were over $1 million. Now I know that they didn't fuck around in them races, and then you saw whoever had the best horse won. You didn't say, oh Jesus Christ, this horse is 3 to 5, but he has Ronnie Pierce on him instead of Cat. It don't make a difference. They're all they're all the same. Maybe in certain situations, like with the thoroughbreds, Julie Crone had the reputation of taking a rank horse and just baby fingers and this and that. And to me, that was all bullshit too. But that's the reputation they had. And a lot of the trainers used her on a lot of these hard mares that were anxious or everything. They said that she had a soft way about it. I shouldn't say it's bullshit. It's probably true. But that's the reputation that she has. And I'm sure with the standardbreds, there's a lot of horses that a guy like Mike LaChance would get along with, that a guy like somebody else wouldn't get along with. And certain horses fit certain drivers perfect for whatever reason.
All right.
That means one better than the other, just that they just happen to get along with this horse better. I seen guys like Dave Miller seesaw a horse like this. I seen guys drive the same horse. Mike LaChance for one, still with the same horse. Keep him to the outside fence with the lines loose. So they're both top drivers. They just have different ways of handling different situations, different idiosyncrasies that these certain horses have. And that's why, in my opinion, it's so important when you get a guy that handles a horse that has an idiosyncrasy, handles a certain. It's important to try to use that driver, the same driver, as much as you could. He knows the horse, and it's going to save the horse. It's going to help the horse in the long. It's going to help the horse in the long run, and so when you talk about all this stuff, it's so hard when you know the whole story.
You can't separate most of them.
Let's see. Mike McCarthy out of racing business. Pleasure got him to marry Robbie Davis' daughter, Kate. What's this? Mike McCarthy out of racing business. Pressure got him married. Robbie Davis. Pressure. He's talking about he's talking about Trevor, not Mike McCarthy. Trevor McCarthy. Mike McCarthy out of racing biz. Pressure got to him. No, the pressure didn't get to Mike McCarthy. I got to Mike McCarthy. I was living with Mike McCarthy, and me and his wife convinced him. He was 5'10". He would get up 5 o'clock in the morning. He would work all day for Iwinski, riding all his horses. He would ride like 10 horses every morning, then hop right into the steam box. He would have to lose. And if it wasn't for the money that he gave the clerk of scales every day, because he was always overweight, he would never be fucking riding. He everything. And every fucking night we go out to eat, and every night he'd have a big steak, and every night he'd go in the bathroom and throw it all up and everything else in the same thing. Finally, after the 10th year of being leading driver at Delaware Park, I was living with him at the time. I was the first one. I have pictures on. I should put the pictures up. I was the first one. I was holding the horse that he put Trevor on for the first time. The kid was this big. Okay? Mike McCarthy was failing. He was dying. He was making himself $20,000, $30,000 a week, and he didn't want to quit. And me and his wife, he was failing. He was failing. He was really failing. And then there was this kid. I forgot his name. A jockey. He come up with this gimmick. It was true because there was a lot of jockeys that were passing out in the paddock and passing out when they had the break because they had They were trying to get down to 2-3% fat, and it's like almost impossible. And Mike realized that he was going to die, and he quit, and he wanted to become a trainer. So I lived with him for about 3-4 months. We got him up to about 10-15 horses. I got him his trainer's license, and he went from earning 20,000-30,000 a week to earning bullshit money compared to as a trainer, where you paid $150 and maybe $50 a day per horse was yours. He was used to these big $20,000, $30,000 a week checks that he was making. He didn't like the training end of it. He quit, and he went back. When I left Kelly Jones, and I came back into the harness racing, that's when he quit being a trainer, and he went back to riding as an exercise rider. And then his son took over. But he's right here that his son had a lot of, he couldn't handle the pressure. I don't know if it was the accidents he got in and he just got afraid, or if it was the anxiety, or he couldn't handle the pressure. And he was doing really well, made a lot of money, and he quit. Now he's in real estate, and he married his wife is a real top jockey in New York. I'm talking too much tonight.
This might be the first 4-hour show, Larry.
Is this a 4-hour show? Oh my God! Here's somebody who's it was Mr. Jerkins. I found the horse on Equip. Ah, you're right, Anthony D. Yeah, you're right. That was the horse, Mr. Jerkins, and that was the horse. That was that horse. What the hell was that horse's? Wiggle. That's the horse right there. Yeah, Mr. Jerkins. That's it. And if you could see, all 4 feet were fiberglass. I did them all. That was his first race back, and he bought him from Mr. Jerkins. And they never could get him to the races. Okay, let me get rid of this. How do I get back to where I was now? Let's go down the first bunch of things, and then we got to end this thing. Okay, let's see what this is. I think Billy O gave out $1 million trophy last Saturday. Okay, that's good. Tommy Dimes. What's Tommy Dimes? Yonkers signed. Yeah, we know that. Let me go back to here. Howard Liebman beat Secretariat 2 times. That's right. 2 times he got beat. I think he had 19 lifetime starts. He got beat 2 times. I did a little more studying about him only because I was interested because of that 1 mile. But I also know the vet who treated him during that period of time, and I know everybody that said, "Oh, his heart was twice as big." But then you go into that heart like we talked before. Well, if the heart was twice as big, that means the lungs have to be half the size they should be. Anyway. Okay, let's see. Buddy Gilmore was incredible. 5,200 wins lifetime. Yep, that's another one. Could have been 10,200. Right, and nobody mentions Buddy Gilmore with the greats. Well, first of all, there's another thing that you guys should know. Now you could take this one of 2 ways. When the Meadowlands opened, all of them drivers, Carmine, Lucian, Gilmore, they all came over to the Meadowlands. Now, they left for 1 or 2 reasons, and I'm not sure which of the reasons, because I'm sure that if you're a great driver, you adapt to, and you have your favorite. I like a half-mile track, I like a 5. But all of them, I personally think that, because I know for sure that when them guys came over, not only did Babe Donaway come over, they were a bunch of guys from Boston, I think, that came down, big gamblers that were gambling with some of these guys. They couldn't win a bet. They couldn't fix a race. They tried. Babe tried very, very hard. Babe with Benny and 2 or 3 other guys. They tried to fix races. They kept running over the money. And finally, the gamblers went back home. And the harness and Gilmore and all of them guys went back to Roseville, where they were doing business and made a tremendous amount of money. and they had 3 different crews. They had the Vercesi crew that ran everything, and then they had their little side stuff with Lenny Schindler, who was George Berkner's brother-in-law. So you see, I could go on and on and on and on, and that's why sometimes I don't want to buck these questions that come in, but when you know that there's a lot behind it that was Buddy Gilmore better than Buddy Gilmore was one of the greats. There's 5,200 wins. He could have 10,000 wins. Why did he get beat up at the Island Inn? Why? Why'd Shuttleworth leave? Why? What? Why? Why? A lot of whys. Okay.
A lot of wise guys.
A lot of wise guys. I think Billy O gave out. Okay, we saw that one. Yonkers signed contract for 2. We saw that one. Ron, not enough people left. If anyone goes to track live, gave $10, you get $200. What's that mean? What is that? Ron, not enough people left. If everyone who goes to the track live gave $10, you'd give $2. Oh, he must be talking.
He's talking about Freddie. So everybody gives $10. He'd only make 200.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you something. 200 is 200. 200, sometimes 200's like 2 million. It all depends on the circumstances. But I don't know how I'm going to handle the situation Thursday, but we'll find out. Okay, let's go. We're getting near the end. Let's see what this says. Insco had purple, black colors. Yep. Howard.
No, you didn't have black. You had purple and yellow.
Purple and yellow. I had purple and gold back in them days. Rob, as Joe says, you're a good-hearted guy. Yeah. You only know half of that story, too. How good. Okay. Total Buddy was like, but totally Buddy is one of the best ever, Freddie. Okay. Let's see. We're getting near the end. This is okay. Larry Cox. I remember paying to park my car and paying to get inside of racetracks, and everyone was happy. Yep. Oh God, there's a couple of more. Let me see. I wanted to watch a race one time. Let's just say I also watched Once Upon a Time in Queens. Thanks to the recommendation, Larry. Well, I'm glad you watched that movie. That movie was made with my friend Alfred's daughter and was made for under $1 million in a very short period of time. And it was the first movie she ever did. And that's when I become very close with Paul Savino and Chaz Palminteri and a couple other people that were in that picture.
Larry, were you in that movie?
No, they wanted me to be in that movie, but I would never be in the movie. They used my car. I had a Mercedes at the time, and the Mercedes that you see in that movie was my car. They gave me.
I thought you were in it. I was trying to look for you. I'm saying, what?
No, I wasn't in it. The only time they tried to put me in it when they needed crowd scenes, like there was a church scene, and they wanted me to go in it. But as soon as they they put me up front. But as soon as they started adjusting the cameras and everything else, I snuck to the back. I'm not I could have been in The Sopranos when I did that favor for Gandolfini. He almost forced me to be there, and I said no. And he said,
crazy. You say no to the craziest stuff.
No, I wouldn't do it. I'll tell you exactly what happened. We're in the bottom big. Because I'm not an actor. I don't do that.
What do you think you're doing on here every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday?
Shit, this is bullshit.
It's tougher. You're hosting a show. You couldn't go in and be
the whole story is. And I told Gandolfini. He says, "How come?" He says, "How come you don't watch it?" So because he gave the driver who win. The guy who won the horse race for me, I forgot his name. Parker. My friend, Billy Parker. He gave him the whole set and everything. He says, "Here's one for you." I says, "I don't watch it. I don't watch." He, what do you mean?
Larry,
I
you
never
can't
watched the
say
show.
that.
I said it.
I'm
I
sure
said
he
it.
was happy to hear that.
We give it to somebody. He says, "How do you watch it?"
That's insulting, Larry.
I says, "Yeah, I know, but look, I'm talking to him in his trailer." He says, "But how come you know?" I says, "Listen." I says, "You have 7 writers for the show. Everybody thinks that guy wrote the show. There were 7 writers on the show. Not one of them know what the fuck they're doing. It's all bullshit. If it wasn't that Frankie Vincent and a couple of guys said, no, you can't say this, you can't say that. You said they didn't know what the fuck. It was bullshit. It was total fucking bullshit. It was so stupid. I watched the first one there. Oh, the Sopranos. So I watched the first show after the first. I had to turn it off. It's like watching Donald Duck. I can't watch it.
I got to tell you a story. I was in one of these social clubs, and there was a big time guy in the Bronx. He was very close with Frankie and that crew. And I said to him, I says, we were talking about The Godfather in the club one day, and his name was Jerry. And I said, Jerry, what do you think it is? He said he never watched the movie The Godfather. I said, what? I said, you never saw the movie The Godfather? He says, no, I'm not going to watch that. So I thought I was being a nice guy. I bought him the whole set on VHS at the time. And he says, Joe, he says, I appreciate it, but I'm not going to watch that stuff. He would not take the gift from me. And it was the whole set. It was like, I don't know, $100 at the time for the VH set, like for the anthology and everything. He wouldn't watch The Godfather.
I don't know what this means, Joe, but Howard Liebman says, bravo, my new friend Joe, wise words need to be said. That's for you. And here's good flop. I always kept the Sabbath holy. I went to the track and prayed. Okay, here's something for Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Liebman.
Ron, think about this show. Think about this show as it makes me think of things I totally forgot about. I didn't have a pot of piss or a window to throw it out, but boy, I was never happier in my life than back then. Yeah. Oh, here's one with my name in it. What's it say? Eric, Larry, wrong. Uh-oh. Salvation is not based on works. Only God knows the heart and who repents and asks Christ for mercy. Well, Eric, I don't
Joe said
that stuff. All I know is that the guy that read it says that he knows it. I don't know anything about that stuff.
Basically what Joe said.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know about that stuff. And here's another one with my name, Larry. I've sent you emails. You should still have my email. That person you cited about his 50 years of Bible study, I give you my permission to give him my email. God bless. I ain't getting involved in politics and I ain't getting involved in religion. That's it. I don't do that stuff. Eric, I hope I didn't offend you, but I don't know anything about that stuff. And Joe's my friend and this other guy, and you're my friend. So please, let's just talk about horses.
First of all, it's not religion. And how come you want to know about horses? You ask questions about horses. How come their lungs are big? How come their heart is big? But you don't want to know about things that your good friends, and I mean good friends, telling you.
Oh, here's the thing I says about see sooner or later all my stories come out. Steady Star. Remember when I said I went in 26 quarter? 26. Yeah. Steady Star won that same day. If you look it up, that was the day. Look up when I won with
You went in 26-1.
When I win that race at Lincoln Downs in 1971, Theodore Diamond, he won, and I broke Adios Butler's New England world record the same day. Steady Star won in 152 free-legged record. You're right, Larry. That's true. And if you look it up more, you'll find out that was the same day that I won. See how all these things come come about.
I'm tumbling down.
Okay. Sham, whose secretary had beaten the Derby and Preakness, also had a heart 2 times the size of a normal racehorse. See, that's another thing I would like to ask somebody about, and I try to find out. But if you take the cavity is only so big. If the heart is twice as big, that means the room has to be taken up. The lung has to be smaller. So if the lung is smaller, what good if the heart pumps more? The lungs can't handle it. So it's like a give and take. But he says that Sham, who was another great horse that raced against Secretariat, he also had a heart twice his size. So I don't know the answers to these things. I just know that it's different. That it'd be like if you took one lung out, would you just be as good as one lung? Say your heart was extra big. Say just like the horse Secretariat, your heart was extra big, but you hear. But let's just say there was plenty of room. But let's just say you took one of your lungs out, or a third of your lung out. Would you just be as good? I don't know. Okay. Let's see what this is. Heart grows up to 4 years old. Right, Ron. Okay, yeah. Gary D says a heart. See, they must be looking these things up.
That's what I said. 3 to 4 years old.
Yeah, the older
muscular wise,
you get out of the social club
but like
here.
the muscles in the ass end aren't fully developed till they're almost 5.
Right. So the heart grows up to 4 years old. Very good, Gary D. That's good. I didn't know that. I never even asked about that. David, Arthur, it can be estimated using the general rule for horses. A heart is approximately 1% of the overall body weight. Newborn thoroughbred foals weigh about 10% of their adult weight. Okay, see, now they're starting to Google stuff and giving us information, which is good, because this is good. This is good information. It's all good. So I never know percentages. I didn't know, but I didn't know that the heart. I didn't know that. I didn't know this. Heart grows up to 4 years of age. I didn't know that. That's good. Okay, let's see what this says. Mike, your 2-3 is 2 of my top 3, only one. Herv. He was all by himself and missed 7 years. Yeah, well, he missed 7 years. Yeah, well, he missed 7 years. And that's another thing that they did that was a disgrace. They wouldn't give him. Hey, look. Everybody knew what Herv was doing. Everybody knew what Herv was doing. But until he got in trouble, they all knew. All the racetracks knew. But until he got in trouble, they welcomed him. They asked him to come. They built up everything to get more people there. They did everything, and they knew what he was doing. Just like these owners today, not today, but back then, they knew the drug guys. They knew these holy rollers that were but yet they left their trainers that were with them through their whole life, and they went with the drug guys because he was winning races because they were using drugs. They didn't give a fuck about the horses. It was all about winning the fucking races. That's why you're only as good as the last race you are. And that used to get me fucking sick when I used to see that. How the fuck did you leave this guy? How could you leave a guy? You've been winning for 20 years. Yeah, but he can't win a race. So you're going to take this guy's using all kinds of drugs. I got to win money. I got to pay the bills. Okay. It's hard to argue with that. But, if you somebody like me, get out of the game. Do something. But you're going to leave this guy fucking destitute? Anyway, let's see. Mike, Hervé. Okay, so here's what I was going to say. When Hervé first got his license back, I was at the track the first night he was there. I think it was Delaware. I'm almost positive it was Delaware.
I think it was in Pennsylvania, wasn't it?
It wouldn't be Pennsylvania.
Pocono Downs when he came back.
No, I wouldn't have been there.
Oh, you were there. Okay.
I was there. Now, maybe it wasn't the first day, but I think it was. And I told that guy, and you know the guy, if I remember his name, he was the first guy to write the contract for the casinos to the racetracks. He's in Delaware, big fat guy, really nice guy. I says, why don't you promote this? When the guy was, before
Sal DiMario?
Sal.
Sal's a dear friend of mine.
Yeah, tell him I said hello. He's a good guy. He's a really good guy.
I got Sal into the business. He worked for me as a groom, Sal.
I used to sit with him every night in Delaware Park, every night. He was the one that worked the first contract for the casinos for the racetrack. Anyway, so now
Very smart guy.
Yeah, I says to Hervé, I says to him, I says, before he went to jail, everybody would beg. They'd give him 100 stalls if they want. If the limit was 30, they'd give Hervé 130 just to get him there. Everybody wanted him. Now he went to jail. This fucking track, you're doing no handle at all. Why don't you make a big celebration? The guy just got out of jail. He just got his license back. He's fucking penniless. He's broke. You got him down on fucking 100-to-1 shots. He's sitting in there in the fucking corner all by himself, completely deflated. Why don't you do like they did with Walter Case? Get a hold of the race secretary, put Hervé's back open, and put him on 5-6 fucking winners. You know, promote the guy and help the guy out at the same time. Yep. How the fuck could you not even do no and put him in like he's a nobody? The guy's a fucking legend. It's not that you just found out or you knew for 30 fucking years what he was doing. But they did, and it broke his fucking heart. It almost made me cry sitting there talking with him. That is it. Now I gotta. Well, what are you still doing? What you go? I got one in the last race. You look in the last race. It's 10-to-1 morning line for the 7-hole. What are you gonna do? You know, at least it's a fucking ride. Maybe I'll get lucky. You know, that's what he said. Where before he'd be on every fucking race every night, which he should have been. And they should have supported him when it went. They may believe like they just found out. Oh, did you know what he was doing? He was talking with John Gotti's brother-in-law about fixing races and everything else. You know, why don't you just shut your fucking mouth? You've been doing that for 50 fucking years, and everybody knew about it. And if Milt Taylor wasn't in love with him, he would have been in jail a long time ago. But between Brandywine and Liberty Bell and Roosevelt and this and that, and Roosevelt, I remember one year in Roosevelt when he brought up there, he went with a fucking horse that was 100-to-1 or something. I think they threw him out. That was his first introduction. Ron would probably know better than me. But there was a horse that he win, looked terrible on the form, and he win. He paid a big price. I think he got in trouble for that. But after that, like everybody forgave him, and everybody knew what he was doing. McClune, when he had Freehold Racetrack, he'd do anything to get Hervé there. And he knew about the papers that were given out in the paddock. He knew about him and Gagliardi every fucking day. He knew about the Peter Pan. It was Peter Pan Diner on Route 9. He knew. Everybody knew. Anyway, let's see what here's some of the horsemen. Herb was and the John Campbell were both the Michael Jordans of harness racing. Cass was the greatest on half-mile track, though by far. Case won 978 races at Yonkers in 1998. No one ever got close. Okay, I'll just say one thing about that. In 1998, there was a lot going on in Yonkers. A lot of people made a lot of money. And I have a guy that sits next to me that could attest to that. And just like one or two drivers up in Monticello that were, we considered them untouchable. You make them leading drivers. You make holes where they shouldn't be holes. You make them win. You set up the race so they could win. Okay? And I have to tell you, only to answer this question, there were a lot of races
They bet on him.
That was set up. The only one they couldn't get to was 3 guys, and Case was one of them. Okay? So what do you do when the guy won't go along? You just let him win. Let him win. Who gives a fuck? Who cares? Okay? So that's the real story. So when you come to me, somebody that knows what's going on, you know, the only way that I could lose a bet if me and you were racing is if I bet on me. Then I could lose, because if you beat, I could lose. But if I bet on you, I ain't beating you. I could never lose a bet. And that's what they did. They can't get Case. Don't get him. Just leave him alone. Let him win. Let him get the glory. We got enough glory. I was leading driver for 12 fucking years in a row. What do I care? Let him go. Let him go. Let him go. Let him go. Could Lenny Schindler get the Walter Case? No. Could anyone in the Lucchese mob get to Walter Case? No. Who can get to Walter Case? Nobody. Let him win. Now, I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying that I wasn't there. But I heard. I heard from very, very good sources. And I was very, very loosely involved at that time, because I was basically out of the business, but loosely involved. And there was a period of time. Well, I won't even get into that. But there's always stories. There's 978 races. Okay, let's go. Hervin Campbell with the Michael Jordans. Oh, we did this one, no? Case was the greatest. Okay, we just did that one. Okay. 1998, Joe G was second leading trainer with 123. Fusco was leading trainer with 126. 1999, Joe G smashed the Yonkers with a new record of 248 in wins and 1.2 million in purses. That's my friend Joe. That's Joe.
Wow, you didn't smash that record. You nuked it.
Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, had a good run.
Something, Joe.
Yeah.
More than doubled.
Yeah.
More than double. That's something.
Okay, let's go down real good. Starting to get Larry. These are simple answer horses. These are a sample answer. Horses are animals, not machines. What's that say, Larry? There's a simple answer. Horses are not machines. Okay, not machines. There's a simple horses. Horses are animals, not machines. I don't know what that means. That's in reference to something, but I'm not sure what it means. Larry, there's a simple answer. Horses are animals, not machines. I don't know what that means. Okay. Jimmy Morello wins 7 on a 10 race card at Batavia. Jimmy Morello is another one that was great. The only reason he left the Meadowlands is not because he couldn't drive with the best of them, because he was the best of them. It's because that between Campbell and O'Donnell and Pierce and Jimmy Morello, who's just as capable as any one of them guys, was getting 5th, 6th, 7th choice night after night after night. And none of them guys were leaving. They would show up every night. So Morel says, fuck it. He went from here, went back to Buffalo, and got on all the favorites and started all the New York bred races.
I had 8 winners in one night and 7 winners another night.
Oh.
You did?
Something.
Yeah. I won
That's
8
something.
out of 10 races at Yonkers.
That's really something, Joe.
7 out of 9 at Rockingham.
That's
okay. Someday we're going to do a whole podcast just on Joe's accomplishments. You got to get all your books out with all your records.
Yeah, you should do that.
When your friend comes on, so we'll see the good side of Joe and then the bad side of Joe.
You might need a couple of, with these 4-hour podcasts, you might get it done in a couple.
PM says, Larry, you are a firm believer that a horse will always tell you where they are sore the way they urinate, or can some horses fool you? No, I'll tell you, and this is the truth. Any decent trainer can walk by a stall and probably not even stop very long, if he had to stop at all, and just tell you just by where they're standing and how they're standing where they're sore, and if they are sore, where they're sore for the most part. So yeah, that's easy. That's it, and that's just in the stalls sitting there. You could tell where they're standing, how they're standing, where the hay is or straw or shavings is piled up in one place, where the wet spot is, where they're shitting, what the manure looks like. There's a lot of things you could tell just by looking at a horse in the stall. And most of the time before
a lot of evidence right in the stall.
Yeah, most of the time before you take them out of the stall, you know where the problem is. Okay, Larry, you mentioned Herb driving at Freehold and the New York tracks, but he had thousands of drives at Liberty Bell and Brandywine before that. You're exactly right. He did. They loved him there. Milt Taylor loved him. He got whatever he wanted down there, win a lot of races, and he was good. He was so good and doing so well that he bought a helicopter so he wouldn't miss much. Larry, if I had to make big bet on a horse and was following it, would be LeChance over Campbell, $100 of 100%. 100% of the time. He had a unique way and instincts when it came to winning when he wanted to. So does that mean that following it would be LeChance over Campbell? LeChance always wanted to. LeChance, LeChance is great. Another great, buddy.
Good answer.
Ron, it was sometimes it's painful to give the good answers. It was the same at Roosevelt. I would be thrilled to have Herb, Carmine, Buddy, Dell, Lush, March, Benny, Chapman drive my horse. Yeah, but I hope what can I say? What can I say?
What a good old days, I'll tell you that. Never replace those days.
Was that trainer Chuck McCain? No, it was the guy I mentioned before, Scotty, whatever name I mentioned before. I mentioned his name before. I remember in the 1990s when Campbell and LeChance were going back to back and forth every year at the Meadowlands for the driving title. I believe LeChance had 3 Hambo wins and like 6 driving titles. LeChance was great. LeChance is great. Campbell's great. In the 70s, packing was big. Hervé used to do a lot of that stuff. Hervé was big with draining all the blood and replacing all the blood. Hervé did a lot. Hervé was very, very good at rigging a horse. Hervé was one of them.
Hervé was a good horseman.
Yeah, he can come back and tell you, let these hobbles out 3 inches. And it ain't easy to say that. When you get a horse that's out there, there's many times a horse is giving you this single step and this stuff, and then you say, oh my God, because 99 out of 100 guys say, take the hobbles up 2 inches. Hervé would say,
I love taking hobbles out 2-3 inches at a time.
Yeah, let them things out 3-4 inches and all of this.
I used to argue with the girl who did the equipment card. Joe, this horse we're 56 inch hobbles. They're 59 tonight. What? Yeah, they're 59 tonight. You sure? Yes. It was simple.
Meadowlands had 100,000 claiming races back in the day. You're right. Tommy Dimes, yeah, that's when the Meadowlands had 50,000. Yeah. Okay, the best horses and trainers back then. Okay, this is it, the last question. Gentlemen, have a great night. Larry, call Tommy tomorrow so he can fix that with the wrench for a mediator. All right. If Sundance, if I don't do it tomorrow morning because I'm going to be up late tonight because I still got to do a couple of things, I will do it the next day, but I will figure it out. In the meantime, Ron, thanks so much for coming on. Again,
Thank you for having me, and I want to thank this Howard Lieberman, David Roth, PM, and all the other ones that made nice comments. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks for having me, Larry. It's always good to be with you, Joe.
Thank you, Ron. Same
And
here.
I think that Larry should
We broke
definitely
the
have a
record,
show
Larry.
100% you with all your pictures and everything, because your accomplishments are overwhelming.
What's that?
I said they should have a show with just you and bring some of your pictures and your stats and everything else, because your accomplishments are really overwhelming.
and he
Especially
never,
that last stat where you doubled the wins in 1 year. That's really
and
something.
he sat here for months and never mentioned any of that stuff. He's like the silent giant, but we got to bring it all out.
Well,
So
I said it the first couple of shows I was on, but you say it once, you say it twice. The people don't want to hear it 100 times.
now you said it within 10 minutes. You say, "Yeah, I was leading."
Yeah,
You did.
All right,
that's something.
all right.
And Joe, I'm sure you have some great stories with some of the horses that you claimed at a cheaper price and moved them up, right?
I had 4 horses that I claimed for 4,000 that ended up beating the opens.
Well, we'd like to hear them, really,
Yeah.
and the names of them and everything.
Yeah, I could tell you the names. I
All
claimed
right.
the full sister to who's that good horse? Laurie Lamb Butler, that Austin Hope.
Yeah.
I claimed the horse. It was a full sister to Laurie Lamb Butler. Her name was Laurie Lamb Lady. A guy shipped her into Yonkers from Freehold. I claimed her, and she was one of those horses that I let the hobbles out 3 inches. And she went right to the Phillies and Mare Opens and won from a 4-claimer. Another
That's
horse
saying something.
I bought for 4,000 off. Who's the guy's trainer? He was Cash. Was his name Cash or something? And Luke Collette was driving for me a little bit, and he said, "Joe, why did you buy that piece of garbage? Why would you ever buy this horse?" He went right up to the Open. He won like 8 in a row and ended up in the Open. Another horse named Major Damage. I claimed him for 4,000. He beat the Open.
Yeah, but Joe, it's midnight. Don't tell these stories now. There's no more. They all went to
Well, they
sleep.
just mentioned it now.
But, yeah, but they went. No. Ron mentioned it. Ron's still awake. All the
Okay.
guys here, they went to sleep. There's no more comments.
All right.
It's
Well,
10 minutes after 12.
Yeah.
Do all of
now
this.
you're worried about time.
No, but I want people to hear this. No, there's
Yeah.
nobody sleeping now. I want everybody to hear it. So next week, come prepared with all your stuff. Put some pictures and everything, and we can talk about that. It's very, very impressive stuff, especially this coming. But we got to pull it out of you all the time, and don't talk about it at midnight when everybody's sleeping. Anyway,
Yeah, well,
You got a record show here, Larry. 4 hours and 10 minutes.
yeah, we did it. The record. Thank you very much.
I should bring my son on 1 week. He knows my stats better than anybody.
Oh, why don't you bring your son on?
Yeah.
I
Does
will.
he
I
live
will.
close to you?
No, he lives in New York.
Well, maybe he can come on the same way. Put him on like this, on the. He don't have to come to your house.
No, we could
Yeah.
do it. I'll talk to him.
So do it. So you could bring your son to tell you the good stuff, and your friend from Florida, from
Well, we'll bring him separate times.
bring separate times. All right. All right. That's it. I'm
All right,
going.
thank you.
bad and the
Take care,
ugly.
Joe. Bye, Larry.
Good
Bye.
night.
Good night. Thank you
Bye-bye.
both. Good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.
We went into tomorrow. Good night, Larry.
Good night.